Going to open this meeting with the board workshop on proposed parcel tax.
Very good. Find the right place. Let's see, should we introduce the translator?
Yeah, we don't.
Well, we should do a pledge of allegiance.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we have a translator tonight.
Sí, buenas tardes y bienvenidos de parte de la Junta Directiva del Distrito Escolar de Santa Bárbara. Y si hay alguien que necesita la ayuda de un intérprete, por favor levante la mano para darle un audífono. Gracias.
Gracias. And we have headsets for people who are hearing impaired. It's up on the board there. Okay.
Well, good. On March 11 at our board meeting, we approved the study of the feasibility of pursuing a parcel tax by contracting with Godby Research to conduct a parcel tax survey. Godby Research has completed the survey, has the findings in the board packet, and will be giving us a lengthier document, I understand, as well. And with us tonight are Brian Godby and Alice Chan, of Godby Research. So I'd like to turn it right over to Brian and Alice so that they can lead us through the information.
Thank you, Brian. Madam President, members of the board, we are happy to be here this evening to go through the details of the survey and answer any questions you might have. There is, in fact, a much longer document, and you see that binder down there on the floor that Alice is displaying. If you look at all that, there's a quiz at the end, and you have to send that back to us. So just be aware of that. No, but seriously, there's a lot of crosstabs and a lot more detail in here. We're trying to hit the highlights this evening. As we go through this presentation, we can do it one of two ways at the pleasure of the board. We can take questions as we go. That's often, if you've got time, more instructive because you tie things together rather than waiting to the end. Or if it is your tradition to wait until the end of the presentation, we can do that too. So it's up to you, either way.
If you have questions, let's keep the questions kind of brief, but so we can let you get through it.
Okay.
But if you have questions, go ahead.
So what we're going to do this evening is we're going to do this together. Alice is going to walk us through it, and we will both endeavor to answer questions that you might have and try to give you the answers that you're looking for.
I have a question. If you give me a better idea of what's in the detailed thing,
Sure.
then I probably won't ask as many questions now.
Yeah, the detailed report has a question-by-question analysis of the survey results. We also have pulled out key crosstab tables, some of which Alice will speak to tonight. And then there are also the detailed, there is a copy of the questionnaire, there's a copy of the top-line results, there's methodology, and then there are the detailed cross-tabulations, which are basically every question cross-tabbed by all the demographic
And,
variables.
is the structure, when you ask a question, are there probes, are they all described in there?
Well, they're not tied together electronically, if that's what you mean when we do the electronic report, but yeah, they certainly are all tied together.
They're in there,
Yeah.
so we'll know the whole flow of the logic
Yes.
that
Yeah,
that
you'll see.
produ-
Oh, yeah.
produce the responses.
The questionnaire shows a skip pattern in the survey, which wasn't very detailed, and provides you all of that information, so you'll see that. And you'll get a sense of that as we go through the presentation tonight, too.
Thank you.
So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Alice, but stay here and help field the questions as they come up.
Okay, let me add my evening greetings. I think you'll be pleased with the results that we're about to share with you. And again, feel free to stop me if anything's not clear. So just to quickly recap, the objectives of the survey is really to help the school district to figure out if there's viability in placing two parcel tax measures as early as this November, one for the elementary school district and one for the high school district. And in addition to that, we also wanted to give you information as to the optimal tax rate that the voters in the two school districts would support, what may be the optimal duration of the measure since it's the first time you're going out for that, Also, in the process of doing the research, we also tested from the voters' perspective, including the 68% of voters who are not parents sending school children to your schools at this point, what their opinions are relative to what's important educational priorities. So we want to give you that information as well to inform you as to how to talk about that measure. In addition to that, we basically simulated a campaign environment for you to really understand what are the benefits that are salient to the voters for supporting a couple of measures like this, as well as what are the potential sensitivities that are concerns among the voters' minds that you may want to be aware of. And then last but not least, certainly not all voters are the same, and we'll be calling out any subgroup differences by demographics or previous voting history. So just a few words about the methodology. We did this by telephone survey. And essentially, we talked to representative voters in the school districts. And that's a little shy of 80,000 likely November voters in the high school district. And when I say likely, it's based on how they vote in the past, and we estimate they would turn out to vote in November. And also, if we look at just the elementary school district boundaries, we are a little shy of 37,000 voters in that category. And so the typical interview is about 18 minutes long, and that's including those who answer elementary school district questions too. And so the margin of error is plus or minus 4%, and I'll remind you when it's important to take into consideration that margin of error. So again, a few words about a sampling plan. There were two things we're trying to do here while trying to help you figure out if there's support and when you may want to go on the ballot for these measures. First of all, we oversampled voters from the elementary school district to give us more statistical power to do the analysis. So out of the 800 interviews that we completed, 500 of them were actually for voters from the elementary school district who will be voting on two measures, right? And the other thing that we did was to oversample voters who, again, are estimated to be likely voters next year. So in case November is not a good time for you to go, what are your options next year? So when we come back to look at all 800 voters altogether, we actually weight the data back to the actual proportions in the community so that you can be confident that the results are representative, okay? And same thing with timing. It's only when we look at timing that we take the weight off and we have the benefit of all 500 responses, okay? So having gone through all the technical details, let's dive into the specifics of the measure itself. What we started off in the beginning of the survey is basically to do a simulated uninformed vote of the two proposed measures. What you see on this slide is basically what the voters were read of a potential high school district measure language. So in the box to the right is basically a summary of the 75 words you're allowed to use to place the measure on the ballot, okay? It basically summarizes what we thought from the board interviews, what we've learned from your community, some of the programs that may really resonate with the voters, okay? And so that's what you see in the ballot, simulated ballot language. And also the dollar amount that we're asking for, $44 per parcel per year, okay? And so I said that this is a simulated and informed vote because in reality, a lot of times what happens is a voter will go to the polls or get a mail ballot in the mail, and all they do is read that 75-word question. So it really captures what the measure is about, how the money will be spent, and things like that. And so we really want to capture that. And so what you see in the pie chart there, first of all, is the box that I want to call your attention to, 73% total support. Okay, so knowing nothing else other than this 75-word description of the measure, 73% of the voters are willing to support the high school measure. Now, I mentioned that there's a margin of error of plus or minus 4%. So it could be in reality as low as 69% or as high as 77%. But also notable is the split between the yes. Not everybody is definitely in support. We have 44% in that category, and the remaining 29 are probably yes. So we would interpret that as soft support. They could be persuaded to say no, okay? More on that later. Now, similar thing with the elementary school district measure, okay? Exact same treatment, slightly different ballot language because we're talking about elementary schools here. Same dollar amount, $44 per year. And this is asked only of the 500 voters who reside in the elementary school district as opposed to 800 in the previous question, okay? And so again, what we see here is a simulated uninformed vote at this point, 76% total support, with 50 saying definitely yes, and 26% saying probably yes. So a very good place to start. And we've done a lot of these kinds of measures, especially this year, and your numbers are among the top, okay? So the next thing that we got into is basically we wanted to be sure about what dollar amount would be sensible from the perspective of the voters. So we used what's called a Dutch auction technique and ran a bunch of tax rates from the high amount to the low amount and asked if the voter would be willing to support that dollar amount. So on the high end, we're at $44 per year per parcel, which is what was in the ballot question as well. And on the low end, we have $19. And what you see in this chart here is that for the high school measure, at $44, we have 72% support, so very strong again. And accounting for the margin of error is as low as 68% or as high as 76%. So very strong support. Sometimes when we do this kind of test with other communities and other school districts, we actually see a discrepancy between this test and the first ballot test. So for you, it's very solid support.
Perhaps, if I could just add, an important thing to note here, because these are, as Alice said, these are very good numbers. Your big challenge is complacency. That you say, wow, we're so good, we don't have to worry about this. You're not that good. And this is the challenge area right here. Without a campaign, and I fully realize the school district is not involved in that independent campaign. That's a separate citizens group that needs to come together, and I'm sure you remember that from your bond. If you don't have a good campaign, half of this goes away right away. And so now all of a sudden we're looking at 58 here at this level, 64, 68 at 27, and 72. And that's sort of a best case analysis without a campaign. It could be slightly lower, we've got margin of error. So part of the decision here is what kind of not just what these numbers are on the surface, but what kind of effort you think will come forward in an independent citizens committee. And that's part of the calculus that the board needs to go through, because this doesn't measure how strong that kind of effort would be.
Right, to add more detail to what Brian said, I mentioned earlier that not all voters are the same, right? And really the people you need to convince more are your homeowners, because they'll be affected. And also everybody other than your all your registered Republicans in the school district. And we know that because, in every community, your registered Republicans are a lot more cautious about giving the support to anything that raises taxes. It's not that they're against it, they just want to know why the money is necessary, okay? Now, a similar chart, but now we're focusing on the 500 voters who ran the tax rates for the elementary school measure. And so a very similar slide to what you saw earlier. Again, similar news, even at the high end of $44, there's 71% total support with, in reality, as low as 67%, as high as 75%. Again, what Brian said earlier about the green portion of your probably yes, you can't afford to lose them, okay? So moving ahead to testing duration, how long should these measures last from the voters' minds? So we wanted to be conservative and testing on the high end 7 years and low end 4 years. And so again here on the high end for 7 years, you have total support at 72%. Again, very solid, because even on the low end, you're looking at 68% support. Okay, so you could go for 7 years on both measures. And here, again, we have some subgroup differences for me to call out for you. Your female voters are more supportive of all of these durations that we tested, and your renters as well. So on the flip side, your homeowners are more cautious. And again, your non-Republicans are more supportive. Your Republicans, again, want more information. Okay.
Can I ask a quick question
Sure.
on duration right now? If your parcel tax is for X number of years, can you renew it before your time is up?
Yes, you can. In fact, most districts do that. One of the reasons for a 5-year duration is that if you were to pass in November of this year, that means in 2012 you could put a measure on the ballot to renew it and still have the cushion. So a lot of districts prefer, rather than doing the 4 years, and these numbers support either, doing the 5-year at the minimum, I would say, because it gives you that cushion, so you're not running a constant campaign.
All right, we've talked about tax rate, we've talked about optimal duration. Let's talk about specifics of the measure. So what we did in the survey at this point is basically wanting to understand what are the funding needs that the school districts have that may resonate with the voters or not. So essentially, we ran a total of 14 different funding programs or measure features, if you will, at the high school district level, and asked the voters one by one. We read each of these features to them one by one and asked them, upon hearing that the money could be spent towards this particular program, would you be more or less likely to support the measure? Okay, so all 14, we had a rating like that. So what you see on this slide is basically the top 8 rated programs in terms of voter support. And so let me help you read the slide in greater detail. First of all, if you look at the bottom of the chart there, the measurement is that if someone had said they're somewhat more likely to vote for the measure, they would be assigned a score of 1. If they said much more likely, they will be assigned a score of 2, and therefore we're able to compute for you what does the average voter think about that particular spending measure. And so on the top there, you see enhancing math and science education as the most popular measure feature, if you will, at the high school level. And with a mean score of 1.4, meaning that the average voter in the high school district is between somewhat or much more likely to support the measure upon hearing that the money will be spent towards math and science education. Or expressed differently, if you like percentages, that 1.4 mean score translates into 65% of the 800 high school district voters that we surveyed said that they would be much more likely to support the measure upon hearing about this particular need. Another 21% said somewhat more likely, 6% said somewhat less likely, another 6% said much less likely, and 2% did not give an opinion. And the 2% who didn't give an opinion didn't get factored into the mean score calculation because they didn't have an opinion, right? So after dealing with these number details, what does this chart tell us? Essentially, if I were to draw a line right underneath the top 5 measure features here, that's pretty much the things you want to definitely say in your ballot statement. Again, remember what I said, a lot of voters don't read anything beyond your 75-word ballot statement. So these are the things that really resonate with your voters. Again, remembering that 68% of your voters in the high school district do not have school-age children, and yet they think of these projects as important to them. And so, if you look at the themes, enhancing math and science education, restoring music, arts, and theater programs at the junior high school level, attracting, retaining quality teachers, restoring reduced class sizes at all school levels, and enhancing computer and educational technology. These are really important educational needs, and we often see these sorts of things test well in other school districts as well. So it's sort of a little bit of collateral for you. And more importantly, I already alluded to the fact that your Republican voters need more convincing, right? And these 5 programs also speak well to them. Upon hearing that, the money will be spent towards these programs, they're willing to support that, okay? And so that's another reason why you want to emphasize those. And otherwise, again, your female voters are more supportive, and so are your younger voters between ages 18 and 29, even though they're less likely to have high school kids at home, and also your renters, okay? So this slide here basically shows you the remaining 6 programs that didn't test as highly as the ones that I spent time walking you through, things like improving the emergency readiness of our schools, relative to really helping our kids improve, and also music and arts and all that. This is just not as important, okay? So if you were to spend money towards these items here on this slide, just don't use your 75-word ballot question to talk about these things, but by all means, if it is in the resolution, that's fine. All right, so a similar thing with the 500 elementary school district voters. There are a total of 12 different programs that we ran by them. Some of them overlap with the high school districts, so you may see some of the same things again. And there are some specific spending needs specific to our elementary schools that you see on the slide here. And again, similar treatment, you see that in this slide, we have the top rated programs. All of them, made the average voter at least somewhat more likely to support the elementary school measure upon hearing these needs. And so the relative priorities are similar to the high school measure, except the order is a little bit different. So attracting and retaining quality teachers will tie in first place with enhancing math and science education. So your voters really care about these two things. And then closely behind that, again, we see music programs. You know, voters really would like to see music programs being offered in elementary school classrooms. Rehiring and keeping credentialed school librarians, that's also a high priority to them. And then going down with a bunch of 3 different things that tie for third place, essentially, including enhancing computer and educational technology. Again, because the group of voters that we really need to convince are the Republicans, I'm going to call for you again, the measure features in the elementary school measure that are particularly salient to them. It's the top 4 things that you see there, plus computer and educational technology. Okay, so again, I'll come back to summarize all that for you. But again, your Republican voters are willing to support the measure if they knew that the money would be spent towards these things that they care about.
I'm sorry, I have a question. My understanding of ballot language and also intent for a parcel tax was to be as specific as possible for how you are going to use the funds. And it appeals to people when they know administrators aren't going to be paid from it, et cetera. If you're talking about something like attracting and retaining quality teachers, that seems very nebulous and imprecise to me. And how then does that translate to money, to specific dollars being spent on a specific intent?
It is certainly one of the items that we've tested over 20 years that does very well. It is generic, but it speaks to a concern that voters have. It is rarely one when we go, even though it's number 1 on this chart, we wouldn't recommend that you write a ballot question that says, in order to attract and retain, we wouldn't go down this list, because in my view, and the numbers don't support this, but when writing a ballot question to make sense, rather than just follow the poll, you do math and science, classroom music, credentialed school librarians, class size. To do almost all of that, probably the exception of the librarians, you have to do this. Mm-hmm. So when we write the ballot question, we turn this list just upside down on that one point, because it just doesn't work conceptually. It works from a polling perspective, but it just seems weird. You're right.
So it isn't the same as saying the money would go to a raise for or a COLA, a percentage. That's not going to work, is it?
No, and in several districts, we have actually tested both attracting and retaining quality teachers and a raise, and this always does better. And
How does the raise do?
It doesn't do badly. It just does usually more. It would be probably at the bottom of this list, would be my guess, in the middle, bottom of this one, top of the next one. People are still sensitive to the fact that teachers are not well paid in the state of California. So it's not that they're opposed to raises. It's just not the top of their list like these other things are.
Yeah, we find that, you know, in different school districts, the differences are a little subtle. In some school districts where there's more of a talk about teachers being underpaid, they're more likely to throw their support behind a raise. But in some other school districts, they've also heard that, you know, teachers not paid well enough and they're leaving the profession for other things. And so if we strengthen our programs, provide a better environment for them to work at, they're less likely to leave the profession. So it's not so much giving them a raise, but more like a well-funded school district, well-funded schools will keep our teachers because, you know, it's a good, attractive career path for them, just like they thought. So.
Well, I'm troubled with this because it sounds like you're wording these things in order to evoke the favorable response. You could get the same information, or you could put it differently. You could talk about a raise which is a certain percentage above a certain amount. You could talk about raises at the high end, at the low end. You could talk about how the effect of a raise, does it have a cutoff point coterminous with this? I mean, that's what when Mrs. Harder said that this seems somewhat nebulous and unclear. I'm not sure what a response means. It's a very warm and fuzzy question to ask because everyone wants to attract and retain high-quality teachers. Mm-hmm. But did you explain much what that could mean operationally?
No, we don't. And the reason that we don't explain each of these things is there's nobody there in the voting booth with the voter on election day doing that either. I mean, it is 75 words, and that's it. Now, somebody could go to the ballot handbook and read the arguments in favor. They could read the entire resolution that your board will pass, and you can explain all those things in that resolution. But at the end of the election, it's possible that nobody knows that. It's all they know are the 75 words that they read when they vote. So we're trying to find out what 75 words are in the district's best interest. This is a feasibility study to find out what will work and what the voters are willing to pay for. There's no point in putting something on the ballot in any of our clients throughout the state that the voters aren't willing to do, because it's just going to waste your time and money. So we are trying to maximize your chances of success, but we are trying to be honest with voters too. And these are things that if you put down math and science, classroom music, and you don't do them, I guarantee you won't renew it in 4 years. And there may be other consequences before that renewal time is up too. And attracting and retaining teachers, to get to that, doesn't mean raises. And we've had several districts that have done that, and it works well, and it is a positive statement, is one that attorneys in district after district have allowed us to put in the ballot question. And as Alice said, attracting and retaining teachers means my school district is well funded enough to do these programs that I want to teach, and that I don't have to worry about a pink slip 2 years into the district, because they've made the commitment to have a parcel tax and subsequent funding, and so I'm not going to look elsewhere. So it is complicated, but we can't put all of that complicated. I mean, it's taken me 5 minutes to say this, right? That doesn't fit in 75 words. That's just the reality of the law.
Yeah, I must have misunderstood something earlier. I thought I heard you say that you don't recommend putting that one in the ballot language.
No, I don't recommend putting it at the top. I recommend it being, since it tested well here, I would talk about math and science and classroom music and class size, and then say, in order to do those things, we need to attract and retain our quality teachers, because they are all part of that calculus. And then librarians are part of that mix too. So I haven't written the ballot question yet, but that would be the idea.
Yeah, to give you an example, we just did the polling for a school district in Northern California who's going out for a renewal. They did very well 4 years ago, and they're going for a renewal plus an increase in rate, and attracting and retaining quality teachers is part of the ballot question. All right, so these are your less popular measure features for the elementary schools. And so again, a similar story to what we saw earlier with the high school district, so I won't spend time going through them. And then at this point in the survey, we move into really trying to understand how to talk about this measure, particularly again, bearing in mind that a lot of your voters are not parents, so they don't know what goes on day in, day out in schools anymore, and we want to help you understand how to talk about why the schools need money. And so we tested a total of 13 different benefits of supporting the measures to the voters. And the good news is that 11 out of the 13 benefits that we tested made the average voter at least somewhat more likely to support the measure. Again, this slide here are the top-rated arguments, so to speak. And some of them really help to explain what we aren't able to throw in that 75-word ballot statement. So if we can just look at that. Smaller class sizes maximize learning. So when we talk about earlier, maintaining or restoring reduced class sizes, what does that mean? It really just maximizes our student learning. And then there are a bunch of benefits that really speak to the state of budget situation and how it hurts our schools, such as the second one, local tax revenue for these measures really generate local tax revenue that will go towards our local schools, and the state cannot take that away. And we found that in the current climate, voters up and down the state of California really respond to that. Let's keep some local funds within local control. And then we tested a couple of different ways of talking about music programs. Again, the intuitive thing would be, music helps a well-rounded education, but we also understand from your community there may be other concerns. And so one of the benefits that really resonated well with the voters in your school district is the fact that music programs give at-risk children an alternative to doing other things like gangs and drugs. And then we have, none of the money raised will be used for administrative salaries. That really resonated. And then we have, billions of state budget cuts. Schools need local tax dollars. Again, very strong message there. And then we have a safeguard on how funds will be used with independent citizens' oversight. You write that right into the ballot question anyway, so that's a good thing to do. And then we see support for after-school programs to keep kids from gangs and drugs. And then we also see another way of talking about music, supporting music programs, that you already have world-class music and performing arts programs in the schools that the voters would like to support. So all of these arguments here that I just read off to you, again, your biggest critics and skeptics among the registered Republicans also responded well to these benefits.
These are both districts.
Yes. And then here are the continuation of the arguments. The top two that you see there, senior citizens will be exempt from both measures. And also the measures will generate stable and consistent funding source for our local schools. These two arguments also tested very well with all the voters in both school districts and your Republican voters too. I mean, in general, from a philosophical standpoint, anything that we can say that clarifies how money will be used, safeguards, and if there's potential hardship that may be created for anybody, such as in the case of our senior citizens and there's an exemption involved, it's always good to talk about that. So on the flip side, we wouldn't be doing our job right if we didn't try to simulate some potential Achilles heels and see how that may affect support for the two measures. So we tested a bunch of them, and that you see on this slide. There are all but one of these arguments could convince enough voters to vote no on both measures that they could fail, because all it takes is 23% voters to vote no, and the measures will fail. Okay. And so the scariest of them all is on top there. It's basically there's a perception out there that the money from the last bond measure did not get spent on the promised projects. You know, that's a perception out there. You see a mean score of 0.9, meaning the average voter is close to somewhat more likely to say no to the measure. And to express it in percentages, 56% will likely vote no, with 27 much more likely to vote no, 29% somewhat more likely to vote no. So that's certainly something that you want to address in terms of explaining why the money wasn't spent the way it was intended, as it would affect support for these measures. And then a couple of other things that really speak to potential distrust in the school district as well. You know, the second argument speak to, there are already too many highly paid administrators in the school districts. The school board is ineffective and cannot be trusted. And this is yet another miscalculation. The school district has a long history of that. And so these are, a number of different things that the school districts are vulnerable to that could really hurt support for the measure. And then a couple other things to bear in mind too is the fact that we're in a not so healthy economy, and some people are concerned about the continued mortgage industry troubles and how that affects their property values, and so they think that this is a bad time to raise property taxes. And then for your voters who live in your elementary school district as well, they voted on two measures, so we're not paying $44 a year, they're paying $88. And so somebody could really feel, my neighbor, 2 blocks down the street pay $44, why am I paying $88? So there are concerns like that. So they definitely need to be educated as to why. And so who are the voters in the school districts that are particularly sensitive to these arguments? Your male voters, who are predisposed to be less supportive anyway. Your senior citizens. So again, it's very important to let them know that they won't be affected. And then your homeowners, who are careful about how many items they see on the tax bill. And then, again, I already mentioned that your Republicans need some more education as to why they should support these two measures. So having done that, we've basically simulated a public information effort, if you will, on the phone in a matter of about 15 minutes at this point. And so we came back to the voters again and read the identical simulated ballot question that we started off with at the beginning of the survey. And we asked them again, if the election were held today, would you vote yes or no on the measure? Okay, so we can see the effect of getting more information and also reasons to support and oppose the measures, right? So let's talk about a high school measure first. And so what you see here, very quickly, if you look at the red portion of the bar, from a simulated public information effort, we gained 7 points in definitely yes. We gained 7% strong support from a simulated education effort. And so we ended up with a total support level of 76%, accounting for that margin of error as low as 72% or as high as 80%. So you are in a pretty good position. But don't forget that, they're probably yes, 25% probably yes, because they have not, made up their minds yet. So to Brian's point earlier, you cannot be complacent because you could lose some of these people and you won't get to 2/3. Now, a couple of things to call out here, and it actually start to get us into the conversation of timing. When do you want to put the measure on the ballot? You have less opposition from your low propensity voters. So low propensity voters don't go out to vote as much. And when do they vote? Presidential elections. And so this year actually will be very interesting because, Brian will say more to that, that you have younger voters coming out to vote, because of Barack Obama, right? And so, so that's one of the considerations why you may want to consider going on November, because you will have less opposition. Okay. Otherwise, the same theme that I've been telling you continue to carry through. You have stronger support from your female voters, your younger voters, 18 to 29, and your renters.
One more point, too, on the low propensity voters, and this speaks to that independent campaign committee and the point that we've been making about the probably yeses. Not only do you have the challenge with the probably yeses, because we've seen there are really strong negatives, so you've got to convince those. You not only have to convince them, you have to tell them where they vote for this. Because a once every 4-year voter who votes for president has never voted on a ballot measure before. And there are some voters in this election that this is going to be their first time voting for president, and they don't know about ballot measures. So they don't get past the presidential race and past their congressional race and past the statewide ballot measures and to the local measures. And I don't know if there's a city election. I know there's the sales tax countywide. They don't get down there, you got problems because those are your stronger supporters. So that's part of what that independent campaign committee has to do, and it's not a casual exercise.
All right, so a similar slide for your elementary school measure, a slightly different picture than what we saw in the high school measure. What we ended up netting out is losing 3 points in a definitely yes category, probably because they realized that I'm paying double the tax, right? And so even though that's not statistically significant with your 3-point drop, however, we should know that the 3% that you lost actually went to no. Okay, there's a 2-point gain in probably no, and then 1 point gain in definitely no. So given more time, it could go a number of different ways, right? And so we ended up with total support level of 74%, as low as 70%, or as high as 78% in reality when we account for the margin of error. So you're still in a very strong position, but the thing to bear in mind again is to hang on to the probably yes voters. And then again here, you have much stronger opposition from your high propensity voters. High propensity voters vote on everything, okay? So if you were to go next year, you're more likely to see them voting, and you have to work harder to churn out your supporters to vote for the measure. And that's another point what we want to make to build a case that if you can get organized, you really should go this November. Also, the other data point for you is when we looked at who's likely to vote next year, your support level dropped down to 68%. Okay, unless, again, you work really hard to churn out support. So one additional thing we did is, in addition to telling you the pre and post test of support levels, we also analyzed what people said in the first ballot test and the final ballot test. How did their positions change, or if they change at all? So we were able to classify the voters into 3 different groups, if you will. Your 49% strong supporters, they said definitely yes in both tests. So they are parents, they're already predisposed to support education. So unless the skies fall or something really bad happens, you can count on their support. But 49% is not enough to pass your 2/3 measure, right? And then on the flip side, 18% are in a strong opposition camp. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what we said. They didn't change their mind at all. They said definitely no, in both ballot tests. The interesting group is your 33% potential support. They really changed the position between the first and second ballot. At some point, they said probably, they don't know. They haven't made up their minds yet. So this is the group that you really want to educate and help them understand why the schools need money, right? And so again, who are they? I'm going to be repeating the same themes here again. It's your younger voters, 18 to 29, your homeowners. Even though you have a good portion of homeowners in the strong support and strong opposition categories too, but there's a sizable chunk of them in a potential support group. So these people are going to be paying taxes. They want to understand why. your low propensity voters are in this group too. So they need to be educated. So all the dynamic that Brian mentioned, with voters voting for the first time also falls into play here. And then your Republican voters and Republican households. So not surprisingly, they would like more information. They could potentially support you. They like what they heard, but they want more information. So a similar thing with the 500 voters who live in the elementary school district. We were able to classify them into the 3 different groups. You have 48% strong support, strong supporters. About 1 in 5 are in the strong opposition camp, so you really can't change their minds. Your 33% potential supporters are the ones you really want to communicate to. Very similar profile to your high school voters with a couple of exceptions. So the similarities are your younger voters again, 18 to 29, your low propensity voters, okay? And also, this is a new piece of information that could affect how you run your campaign. Your likely absentee voters in the elementary school district are in this camp. What does that mean? They could vote as early, they won't vote at the polls, so the timing to communicate to them is actually shorter. So you need to convince them when they get the ballot at home and they could fill it out. So otherwise, your Republicans are in here as well. Okay. Now the good news is that the things that resonate the most with the potential supporters are the same things that resonate the most with the strong supporters. So while you're communicating what the measures are about to these potential supporters, you're reinforcing support in the strong category as well. Okay, so that's actually a good thing. So with all of that said, I know I threw a lot of information at you, so let's summarize what that all means. So essentially, the survey found sufficient voter support for an annual parcel tax at the high school district level and the elementary school district level of $44 per year. Okay, we got that from looking at the fact that total informed support, or our final ballot test, that you ended up at 76 and 74% total support for the 2 measures. And then we also saw earlier that total voter support for a 7-year duration for both measures was at 72%. And even accounting for a 4% margin of error, you still are in solid position. And as we talked about a little bit, November 2008 is really the optimal election for both measures. So some things to think about between now and when you have to file and when the election actually happens, which is not a lot of time, is that if nothing else, the numbers really show you that substantial communications are needed, and because you need to hang on to that potential supporter group and really help them understand why the school districts need money. Again, keeping in mind that a lot of them are not parents, don't have school-age children living at home. And then we saw some, really legitimate voter concerns that you want to try to address. Some of them speak to distress of the school district. Some of them really just want to be reassured about how the money is going to be spent. And some of them are sensitive to the economy. And last but not least, your elementary school district voters are paying twice. So they wanted to understand why. So in terms of, we talked quite a bit about what you should put on the ballot statements, to summarize for you what should be featured in those 2 measures. These are listed in the order of saliency to your potential supporters, okay? And so there are some similarities between the high school measure and the elementary school measure with a few differences. So for the high school measure, we definitely want to make sure that we emphasize enhancing math and science education. Your teachers are important. Music, arts, and theater programs at the junior high school level really resonated with the voters. Restoring reduced class sizes, again, we told them that that's because it helps to enhance and maximize education. And then computer and educational technology to students, that's important. So similar themes emerge with the elementary school measure as well. We see music, we see teachers, we see math and science education, we see technology. Also at the elementary school level, the voters care about credentialed school librarians very much. Okay. So in terms of benefits, we tested a whole bunch of arguments and reasons to support the measure, right? So we basically essentially saw 3 big themes of super benefits, if you will, and with specific arguments to support them. And what you see in these conclusion slides are word for word what we specifically tested in the survey. So the first theme that emerged basically is, voters, want to understand how the money will be spent and how it's going to be used and how it's going to affect them. And so there's 3 specific arguments that really help to the voters understand the measure and support it would be none of the money raised would be used for administrative salaries. It's all going to the kids, all going to education. And the safeguard of an independent citizens oversight committee to make sure the funds will be spent properly. And also very important, your senior citizens won't be affected by the measures. Sure.
Quick question on that one. It says senior citizens, many of whom live on fixed income, will be exempt. Is it will be exempt or may be exempt?
It can be, maybe, yeah. They certainly have to apply. It is true.
All right, so the second theme that emerged that really resonated a lot with your potential voters and your strong supporters as well, potential supporters and strong supporters alike, is the fact that the measures should generate locally controlled, stable and consistent school funding. I mean, in the present climate, it really matters a lot to the voters. And so the specific arguments really speak to, local tax revenue that the state cannot take away. And everybody heard about the state budget troubles and how it affects education. And also at the bottom there, whether or not there's a state budget crisis going on, we can never really, count on state funding anyway. And so the measures really provide stable and consistent source of funding for our schools. And then the third theme really has to do with how to maintain critical school programs. And 2 of these arguments really speak to music and arts and all that. Your community really cares about music. And so you see that we talk about music and performing arts programs giving at-risk children an alternative to something that's not so good, like gangs. And then the fact that, you have world-class music and performing arts programs at the local schools is good to maintain them. And then a couple other things really speak to smaller class sizes, really enhancing education, and also good after-school programs keep our kids out of trouble. Your voters really, respond to that. So these 3 areas of arguments are really the benefits that resonate the most with your potential supporters, because upon hearing these benefits, they're more likely to support the measures. And so with that, that concludes the formal part of our presentation. And if you have additional questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
I had a quick question that had to do with the charts that you were presenting.
Okay.
And I guess it goes back to what you were saying about how voters can be a little quirky. That in both the high school district and the elementary district, enhancing after-school programs was not rated highly as something that would make voters more likely to support the ballot measure. Yet, when we looked at the arguments that are used, it tied for third. After-school programs keep kids from gangs and drugs was up there, and then you recommended that comes in your recommendation of something that we might want to focus on in the campaign. So I'm wondering how that was determined.
Okay, so when we test ballot features, measure features, we didn't have a lot of words to use. We didn't want to lead the voters one way or another. We just wanted to know how to respond to things like, reduced class sizes. We didn't say what the benefits are. Same thing with, rehiring and keeping credentialed school librarians. We didn't say what that would do, and so forth and so on. So with after-school programs, there's no qualification as to what that does. And again, one of the things that to bear in mind is, again, majority of your voters do not have schools. They don't know what that means, right? But when we get to arguments and then we actually explain to them, what the benefits are, then we did the translation for them. And that's why our recommendation, you didn't see after-school programs being measure features that you should put in a 75-word ballot question. But what these poll results tell us is that your voters really understand, after-school programs mean X, Y, Z. So that sounds good to me. And so that's why in your communication efforts, you want to say that.
Okay, thank you. That makes it clear to me.
Yeah, and just amplifying that, I don't think you'll find an attorney that would defend keep kids from gangs and drugs as part of the ballot question. That is a conclusion that you are making. It is not something that you are going to spend the money on. You're going to spend the money on the first part. So that's why it becomes an argument. There's certain things you just can't get in the ballot question. It'd be great if you could, but you're not gonna, it's not gonna happen.
Why did you put the gangs in there then?
Yeah, if you could, it'd be great, but you can't.
Well-
Yeah, you can't put that in the ballot question.
So why do you put it in?
Well, this is an
Not-
argument, so this becomes something that is part of the
But
independent
if you
campaign.
tell, you could say anything, anything that you say would reduce, be an alternative to gangs, would get support, it would get a positive answer.
Right.
Whether, sports,
After-school programs in general.
after-school
After-
programs.
right.
Well, here's a question. You,
Pizza after school, I mean, anything that's an alternative to gangs is gonna get support. It's gonna evoke a positive response.
That's true, and the same thing is true on the negative side, which
So,
is why
so
we
why,
test
so
both
why
positives.
why connect a music program to gangs? I mean,
I think after interviewing the board members and talking to the staff, the music programs were a priority here. And certainly when I was down here speaking to the board in March, I heard from the citizens that the music programs were a priority. And I think even heard that argument from one of the citizens who spoke before you, that there is a connection. It gives kids something to do, and not just something to do to occupy time, but something to strive for. So it seemed to us that it was a positive argument. But again, we're not just asking positive arguments because we want to slant this the positive way. That's not what we do. We have positives and negatives, and you can say the same thing about any of the negative arguments too.
so it sounds like there's, the ballot language, which is brief.
Right.
And then there's a resolution. How long is there a word limit on the resolution or no?
There's no word limit on the resolution, though.
Okay.
It really is whatever.
So
you
all
want.
these things that we wouldn't necessarily include in the ballot, we could measure, we include in the resolution, and therefore the oversight committee can direct the funds in that way.
You still need to be, yes, you want to have the programs in there that don't fit just word-wise in the ballot question. You still wouldn't go to talking about, if we have after-school programs, it's going to keep kids out of gangs and drugs, because again, that's a conclusion.
And that would be in the argument.
That would
the-
be,
the-
yeah, that's
the
again.
pros section.
Right, and in the ballot handbook, you get a couple things. You get the ballot question or statement, you get the resolution that the board passes, which actually includes the ballot statement. Then you get the argument for, the rebuttal to the argument for, if there is one. Then you get an argument against, and you get a rebuttal to the argument against. So that's all contained in the ballot handbook. Then any additional campaigning, both on the positive or the negative side, obviously, you're not responsible for the negative side in all likelihood, but that's all extra. And that's all going to happen between the day that the board puts the measure on the ballot and election day.
After it's all passed, and in disputes about the uses of the money, what rules, the ballot language or the resolution?
Well, that's a good question for your lawyer. Probably
Indeed,
not your pollster.
Indeed, because you could have all kinds of sneakers in the resolution, which people are much less likely to read than you say in the ballot measure.
And what I'm can answer is, if you put it in the ballot question, you should be prepared to live by that from a political perspective. Because if you do stick things in the resolution that aren't in the ballot question, and you spend all the money on those, then again, the board is going to be open to the criticism that you're suggesting, which is, you didn't tell us that, because not everybody reads the resolution. So you want to try to get as much as you can in the ballot question, and not just move things that you're trying to sneak by into the ballot resolution. And it has to do with good faith and realizing that this doesn't last forever, and you're going to want to extend it, or you may want to increase it, or you may want to extend the length of the time that it's collected from the whatever you initially do. All of those are good faith with the voters, and if you do something that they didn't understand you were going to do, you're going to have a hard time with the renewal.
Yeah. We have lots of things to do this evening. One of which, the first one was to answer the question of the high school district versus the elementary district, or both. Do you have a recommendation for that?
I think both can be on the ballot. They both show substantial support. You saw that there's a drop-off with the elementary, and that's simply because voters do add up down the ballot. And certainly the tax rate has an impact on that. But I think you can do both of them. But again, as Alice and I both said, we've got this 27, or I think it was 25% in the second test on the high school district, and if you split that in half, and that's my sort of best case, no campaign scenario, you lose both of them. So what that means is that if you're going to do both of them, and I think, again, you can do both of them together, you're going to have a substantial campaign effort. And without that, if the board or if the community is not prepared to do that, then we ought to be rethinking this, because if I divide that in half, there's 14% that I get yes, and now I'm at, what am I at? 14, I'm at 61. So
think-
that's a lot.
My inclination is to do one or the other. If we had to do one or the other, which one would it make more sense?
The high school was the highest initially, yeah, so I would do that. Because the second tests are conditioned on all the information that comes in and the first test, because the high school measure always precedes the elementary. That will always be the case. And where we've seen districts of this configuration lose, it's always in the elementary measure. Now, we've seen them come back the year later and win that, but that's usually what happens. So if you've got to pick between one, I'd take the high school.
Ms. Cordero?
I had a question, and I'm trying to follow the sort of the logic of it. Is it required that you have to vote on separate measures for each district?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless you're a unified district, which obviously you aren't, then it's just one measure.
Okay, even though we have the single district resolution, we still, that doesn't, okay.
Ms. Harder?
Is there a strong rationale for going forward with both districts for a lower amount and for a shorter duration than 7 years, with the intent of proving success and asking for a larger amount for perhaps a longer duration in a second go-around?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we've seen over and over again that renewals are always easier, and Alice alluded to one that we're working on in Northern California right now, which is 4 years into a 5-year tax, where they started at much higher level actually, but a unified district, so it's more complicated. And their $18 increase is a much more likely success than their initial measure was, and that's in a bad economy. So they think there's two ways to be conservative here. One is to just go with the high school measure. That's one way of reducing the cost, and you eliminate one of those negative arguments that Alice talked about, the why am I paying double what my neighbor is. Or another way is to just reduce the tax rates for both of them, and that helps you too. I don't think that means, oh, let's cut it down $10 and then we don't have to run a campaign. Still have to do that.
Right.
Yeah. But I think that's a good strategy as well. But I would say the other thing, which is outside of the polling, this is a three-part process. There's the data and what does it show, and that's what we're here to talk about. There's the resources, and I've been beating up on that all night. You have to run a campaign, and the third leg of the stool is what's the plan? I mean, we've identified the things that make sense to the voters and are their priorities. Now, you have to make that real. And if that costs $44, well, that's a good plan. If it costs $35, that's a better plan. So it becomes what is real, and those three legs of the stool make it stand. And if you miss any one of them, or one of them's a little short, you got a problem.
Ms. Cordero?
Is it necessary that if we were to run both measures, would there be any rationale for having them be for different amounts?
The tax thresholds certainly say that you can do both at the highest amount. So I don't think there's any sort of symmetry in splitting the amounts now. I mean, we've had different amounts, but it's not so much, the polling supports either. That's the data leg again. Again, what's your final plan? That's what's going to really tell you is it 44 for both of them, or is one 39 and one's 44, or some other set of numbers. And you really have to, between now and when the board votes to put this on the ballot, you have to decide what your plan is and how you're going to spend the money, and that should really guide you within the tax thresholds that we've tested.
So there wouldn't be any problem if we determined that the elementary district, the plan for the elementary district required one amount and the plan for the high school district required a different amount. It wouldn't be problematic to have two different amounts.
No. Where we've seen that it's problematic Again, in districts configured like yours is where there is another feeder elementary that is going at the same time, and your elementary and their elementary, when the kids are going to the same high school, and you've got two different amounts, then all of a sudden people are saying, well, I don't understand why this K-5 needs this much money and this one needs this much money. Voters don't get the complexities, and I realize there are lots of them. That's where you start to have problems.
Ms. Parker?
Do we have the information yet about how much each one of these levels would bring in for a parcel tax income?
Well, just based on rough numbers, if there's approximately 50,000 parcels in the high school district, so that's 2.2 million at $44, and it's roughly half of that in the elementary. So one of the questions I think you're raising is if you go to a two-tiered structure, I mean, when do you start running out of money based on your program needs? And so does it make more sense to have a higher rate in the elementary and a lower rate in the high school district since you have more parcels? And those kind of questions need to be considered.
And that again speaks to the program. What is your plan? What is that part of the three-legged stool we're talking about?
Because I guess one of the things that I'm concerned about is that there's all these things that the voters want to hear, but if we say that we're going to do all these things but end up getting so little money that we can't do any of it well, I mean, we clearly need to narrow down the language. So,
Right.
Ms. Harder, did you?
Just a question. These are odd amounts. They're not by increments of 5 or 10, 44, 35, 27, 19. Is there a rationale behind that? Is it like the 1995 is a better value than $20? I'm just...
Well, there are a couple of reasons for that. We do factor in psychological ceilings, and what you see with 19 is definitely that. I mean, what you raised with 1999 retail,
Okay.
we learn from retail.
Okay.
Those are psychological ceilings. The other reason why the intervals are harder to figure is that's because we don't want the respondents to be able to figure out what the next amount is, because we really want to get a good reading for you what the true tax tolerance is. And that's why if you can't figure it out, then we did a good job.
Okay. Any other questions here? We were going to try to decide tonight which districts, which election, which duration, the amount per parcel, and then figure out a process for dealing with the ballot language. That's a lot to do in another 5 minutes.
I
I-
apologize because I never got the impression that we were taking action
Sure.
tonight.
Yeah,
Well, sort of
Where'd that come
direction.
from?
some direction.
Was to be able to deal with, because we have to have the staff or a committee come up with some proposals or something, because we can't obviously do this here. And I guess we're not at the point where we're giving direction. That's where I'm a little,
Yeah, this is a workshop.
well,
Yeah, I apologize too. The language of board workshop also made me think that we were just taking information tonight. For the sake of discussion, I certainly see the benefit of shooting for the November 8th election. I always like the idea of when we're voting on something important, well, I guess we're never voting on things that are not important, but things that are, particularly meaningful, I think, to the community. I always like the idea of voting, using an election that has the greatest voter turnout. It includes the greatest number of people. It involves it allows the greater number to be involved in making that decision. So, for me, I don't see a downside to at least maybe agreeing, if other people do agree, that November 8th election would be, the November 2008 election would be the election we would strive for. But maybe that's putting the cart before the horse. I don't know.
can we ask one question in relation to that is, if we decide on November, when do we have to have language and the whole thing all together?
It's got to be altogether 88 days before the election. Then you've got to factor in the county's requests. And so 88 days is the election code. The county may want it earlier. And your staff may know what exactly that would
About
be.
when is 88 days before November?
Figure it's the beginning of August.
Okay, so we have a month and a half.
That's the county you say that requires that? or-
Well, election code is 88 days. The counties, because of the number of elections this year throughout the state, they have been varying the deadlines. And I haven't heard anything about Santa Barbara County. I do know Los Angeles County is telling cities that it needs to be in as early as the end of June, but they're telling school districts that it's okay to be 88 days. I don't know why, but that's been the case. So it's, if you're moving forward, probably the first step tomorrow is to verify when the county wants it, and then your board meeting schedule has a factor into that too.
Yeah, it would be easy enough to find out. I think I'm certainly in favor of moving forward with this. And I think November would be the right timing. I think we'd be missing a big opportunity if we were going to move forward with it and then have a March or June election. So I'm open to forming a subcommittee to come forward with more information to the board.
And what kind of subcommittee are you proposing?
I hate to make life complicated, but I think it should be a subcommittee that is subject to the Brown Act so that we can have the public present and offering input.
Ms. Parker?
That's fine. I would just chime in that I think that the next thing that the board needs, and maybe it comes through the subcommittee discussion, is proposed programs based on this amount of income, that amount of income, tying it in with what surveyed well with what our citizens want to see in their schools.
That sounds like something staff must do, though.
Staff would need to do it. They might be able to then go to a subcommittee format to say this is what we're thinking of before it comes back to the board. I don't know if that needs to happen or not.
The problem with, let me ask you, if it's a subcommittee, then there'd be, I presume, a couple of board members on it? Would that preclude participation by other board members in the discussion?
For the duration of the committee, it would, yeah.
Then I would think that we just bring it back to the board, the staff recommendation to the board as a whole, because I would think each board member would want to be able to say something at that formative level and not feel constrained by the Brown Act.
May I ask if board members would be open to an additional meeting? We only have one meeting in July, and I see this as being a little more work, requiring a little more thought and time. So
Okay.
I'd be open to a special meeting to
I too.
try and accomplish that. Okay.
Okay. So first, we're asking staff to come up with some proposals.
Some different
Areas, and then we'll discuss it further and maybe be able to go down my
Now,
little
wh-
list.
When, are we going to have an estimated time of arrival for staff's report, and in what form?
Well, I'd like to bring something back to you right away. And I would suggest that we bring back recommendations within a 2-week period, and we have an earlier start on our June 24th meeting, so that we can have more discussion of this.
Can the staff's report be put on the website?
Certainly.
I think this needs
We
a
put all
full
agenda items on
public
the
airing.
website.
Yeah, okay.
By the way, we're not currently anticipating any closed session items on the 24th. Currently.
Okay. Before they leave, is there any other questions for them?
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
fascinating.
It
Yes.
really
Thank
was.
you.
So interesting. Thank you
Thank
so
you, our
much.
pleasure. And what we find is that survey research is a lot like peeling the proverbial onion. There's lots of layers. So you may not have a question this evening, but if you do think of other questions, through your staff, we're happy to answer those, whenever they come up in the process. We are included in this process, and we'll be working with staff on ballot wording and those sorts of things as the plan gets worked out. So happy to answer questions in the future.
I
you.
apologize.
Are we going to be able to see that document?
Could that be left in the
Oh, yes.
office here?
Yes.
I mean, we can, I think Ms. Cordero has a.
I'm sorry, I did have just one question. Given that if we decide to go forward, we don't run a campaign. Some public group has to run the campaign. How do we determine that there's a group of public
Good question.
members of the public who are willing to take on that task? Because it seems like a lot of time to put into creating this and then find out that there's nobody who's willing to do it.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and one of the things that a lot of districts do during this formative process is they go to the PTAs and they get their input as well, and ask the hard question, which is, are any of you going to be willing to work on this? You can do that as a district up until the time the board votes to put the measure on the ballot. Completely legal, not a problem at all. The minute that the board votes to put a measure on the ballot, you can't. The only thing that the school district can do at that point is answer questions and do public information. So they can, the district can, and many do, send out public information during the election that says, here's what the measure does. Doesn't say vote yes or no. It's that independent campaign committee after that can do that. But I do encourage you, and that my point about you have to have a campaign starts, are there people to do that? And it's not just simply the people resources, it's also the financial resources. Because as Alice said, you've got a lot of voters out there, and you're not going to be able to communicate with all of those in a campaign setting by going door to door. You're going to have to do direct mail and those sorts of things. So a campaign committee is going to have to be well organized and funded.
And funded.
And funded, yes.
What, do you have any idea what typically are such committees spending?
Yeah, these committees are spent, again, depending on the size of the district. Your district, it could be anywhere from $50,000 to $150,000. Those numbers are dependent on the level of support. You've got good numbers, so you can probably spend less and be successful, but you're still going to have to raise money. And you'd be surprised, it is relatively easy to do that. What we haven't talked about is how, and part of that how is there needs to be a professional consultant involved. That will help.
You don't do that, right?
We don't do that, no. We're pollsters, and we sort of keep our hat in that area.
Yeah.
But there are many people
Important line.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we're sort of like the radiologist to the surgeon. We tell them where to cut, and it's somebody else's job to do the cutting. But it's important to get that.
Good, you don't get much malpractice in it.
Can I just clarify something in case it was misconstrued? That the 50 to 150,000 comes from independent citizen committees fundraising efforts, and not from district coffers.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct.
Do we have any say over this committee, who becomes this committee, or?
Very often, the board members are leadership in the committee, and I would strongly urge that. As well as parents and as well as community members who don't have kids in the school right now. I mean, those are all members, and this is like any political campaign organization that comes together. And board members usually are the impetus for that, and their supporters and other supporters of education that you know.
So board members can serve on the committee, or?
As individuals.
As individuals,
right.
we can serve on the committee.
Right.
For what it's worth, 8 years ago, Measure B was a 2-month campaign. It was done for $10,000. It was fundraised by the 2 individuals who ran the campaign, and it was really 2 individuals. There was a very small committee associated with it. And we managed to squeeze out an absentee ballot chaser out of that $10,000. So it can be done if you're willing to slap the labels on yourself.
Okay. Thank you. We have a 3-minute break here.
Thank you.
3 minutes. Oh my God.
We had a workshop previous to this where we already did the Pledge of Allegiance, so we're not going to do that again unless somebody really wants to. We do have a translator. I'll do that again.
Sí, buenas tardes y bienvenidos de parte de la Junta Directiva del Distrito Escolar de Santa Bárbara. Si hay alguien que necesite la ayuda de un intérprete, por favor levante la mano para darle un audífono. Gracias.
Gracias. We also have headsets for the hearing impaired, which will be up on the, there it is, as noticed there. We have no announcements from closed session. No action was taken. Acceptance of donations.
Move to approve with appreciation?
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes 5-0. Introductions, proclamations, presentations, or recognitions.
Well, I do have a number of presentations to make tonight, and we're fortunate to have a number of students with us. And this is quite fitting. This is that time of the year when the school year is wrapping up, and it's also a time of promise, especially for our graduates to move on to other programs. I'd like to start first with the National Hispanic Recognition Program. Based on their scores on the PSAT, NMSQT, taken in their junior year, the College Board qualified the following students for the National Hispanic Recognition Program. This year, 3,300 students of the highest scoring students who are at least 1/4 Hispanic were selected from a nationwide pool of 124,000 students. Tonight, we recognize 4 seniors from San Marcos High School: Esther Flores, Chelsea Gonzalez, would you please come forward, Jessica Green, and Karen Hauser. Karen? Karen, did I pronounce your last name correctly? And tonight, while we have 7 National Hispanic Scholars from Dos Pueblos, please stay here while we get this student up here. 6 of them are expected to be with us next week, next Tuesday night, and will be recognized at that meeting. But we have Michael Ravelas, one of the 7 students who is here tonight. Michael, would you please step up? Students, we're very proud of your accomplishments. Represent us well, work hard, and make us proud. Madam President, do you have any words?
We'd also like to congratulate your parents. Is parents here of these young students? Well, yes, we wish you all the best, and you're welcome to watch on Channel 18. You'll see yourselves on TV on
Saturday night, 5 o'clock, Channel 18. Thank you so much. I turn now to community service. One of our graduation requirements is for 60 hours of community service. Many of the students far exceed that number. With us tonight are 2 students from each high school who have amassed the highest number of community service hours at their respective school. From Dos Pueblos High School, we have Leah Savage and Andy Fater. Leah contributed 896 hours this year. She will be attending UCLA and majoring in English. And Ann, did I pronounce your last name correctly? Good, thank you. 1,646 hours. Ann will attend Cal Poly, majoring in animal science. And please remain while we bring other students forward. From San Marcos, we have, again, Esther Flores and Zachary Pierren Belway. Esther Flores, always known for her brightest smile, put in 610 hours. Esther will attend UCLA. And Zachary, at 694 hours. That's Zachary's official count. And we understand that he has another 150 hours that have not been turned in due to illness at the beginning of the year. Oh, it's our procedure. That's it. He will complete a final class at San Marcos in the fall and then may be traveling abroad. Yes. Our best to you. And from Santa Barbara High, Tony Johnson, and Brian Rouse. Tony put in 1,083 hours. Tony, have you chosen your school? Chapman University. I heard that the other night, didn't I? Thank you. And Brian Rouse at 1,663 hours. Brian is the senior with the highest number of hours in the district. He will be going to USC, majoring in business. Well, students, the time that you put in is a direct benefit to our community, and we thank you for the dedicated hours that you've contributed. Ms. Malikoff, Dr. Malikoff?
Yeah, I just want to say that thank you for making our community even better, that you've done a lot for our community, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Let me turn now to the award-winning Economics Challenge team. Being on the team means you have to have a winning economics teacher. Educator Roland Lewin is a dedicated teacher who is passionate about economics and math. He actively recruits students of all ability levels for his classes and challenges them to set high goals for themselves. Roland is routinely recognized for his creative, innovative teaching methods. Roland, would you come on up while I brag on you? You can see one of his award-winning year after year. You can see one of his money simulation lessons on the Foundation for Teaching Economics website. As you would see in that lesson, he strives to teach economic principles and concepts in a way that can motivate students to learn and have fun too. Well, for the past several years, Dos Pueblos has been highly successful in the State Economics Challenge competition. Roland, how many wins is it at the state level? This year, the Dos Pueblos team again took the top prize in the Adam Smith division, which is for students in advanced placement, international baccalaureate, honors, college level, or two-semester economics class. Congratulations to the award-winning team in the Adam Smith division. Angela Day, would you please come forward? Jacob Kovacs Goodman, Joseph McDaniel, Michael Ravellas, again, and Michael Brand. Roland, would you like to comment on the challenge for this year, this last year in this competition?
First of all, I'd like to thank the board and Dr. Sarvis for recognizing these very hardworking and high-achieving students. And the Econ Challenge is motivating not only for these students, but for me as well, and for other students that are also competing for their spots on the team. And they competed against, I think, over 50 teams across the state in order to qualify for the state championship. And they beat the top 4 teams qualified for the state championship, and they beat the 3 other teams. They advanced to the regionals, and across the nation there were 36 states competing in the National Economics Challenge. And I just want to tell everybody that these students were the highest scoring team in the nation in the preliminary exams to qualify for the Unfortunately, we lost in a quiz bowl, so we didn't make it to the final 4, but in the preliminary exams in which teams across the nation take, that these were the highest scoring, this was the highest scoring team. So these are amongst the best high school economics students in the nation. Thank you.
Well, we'll soon have you doing our economic forecasting. Dr. Malikoff.
I want to say on a personal note, my son, who's 5 years out of DP, was also on the Economic Challenge, majored in economics, and now works for an economic consulting firm. So thank you. It's great preparation. I know you all will do just as well, if not better. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lewin, for everything.
Congratulations, students. Mr. Lewin. Students, that's 5 o'clock Saturday night, Channel 18. Well, when I started, I said that this is a time of promise. It's also a time of wonderful stories. And I heard one story that I wanted to share with the board. Recently, I had the opportunity to meet Jackie Rotman at a Scholarship Foundation event. Impressed by her academic and community service accomplishments, I invited her to share her story with the board. Jackie, would you please come forward? Good to have you here, Jackie.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I know that all of these seniors have great stories, and it's great to be in the same room as them. But I am, I guess, here to tell you a little bit about what I've done in high school and my story and my aspirations to help you feel a connection with your students. I've been involved in the Santa Barbara School District from 1st grade through 12th grade, and I'm a senior about to graduate from Santa Barbara High School on Thursday. But I guess my passion for community service first came about when I was 12 years old. I participated in a performance through Santa Barbara Dance Alliance, which is through their Teen Choreographer Showcase. And there were a bunch of different choreographers, and we showed our dances to a group of teenagers with disabilities. And about halfway through our dance, the music stopped. And so we did our dance again, and then the music stopped again. And we were going to go home and end the performance when a kid in the audience shouted out, "We want to dance." So I was with my friend Jackie Zubsik, who's also a senior right now, about to graduate with me on Thursday. And we talked the staff members into letting us bring the audience members from on stage and get to put on music and give them the chance to dance freely. And seeing their self-esteem and confidence from the way that they danced was just a great feeling, because I learned that dance wasn't just something that I did after school, and it wasn't just an extracurricular activity. It was something that I had a passion for that I could use to help people and bring them joy and self-confidence and self-esteem through this powerful art form. So when I was 14, I started my own organization, Everybody Dance Now, to bring dance classes to underprivileged kids and kids who would otherwise not be able to afford that opportunity. And since then, Everybody Dance Now has brought free hip-hop dance classes to over 600 underprivileged children. So currently we have between 7 and 12 classes a week, depending on the time of year. And we basically design and implement and then monitor dance classes through Police Activities League, Housing Authority, Girls Inc., Boys and Girls Club. We've taught at over 21 different sites. And the most rewarding part of the program, in my opinion, is that not only do we teach the students dance classes, but then we teach them dances that they can go perform in the community, which is how I first became passionate about doing this. So they perform for Sarah House Hospice and retirement homes and the fair and different places so that they feel the self-value and the joy of giving back. And it's a cycle of teaching them about community service and teaching them about setting goals and staying out of trouble and being active through dance. So I'm really excited that the program is going to continue next year under the directorship of a sophomore in high school right now at Laguna Blanca. Her name's Alina Wattenberg, and also a professional dance instructor, Shannon Ibero. And we've received a lot of grants. I've raised over $25,000 to be able to pay the teachers so that these classes can be sustainable and we don't have to compete with their time. And a lot of these teachers are high school and college students, because we really feel that it's great for youth to give back to youth. We can really connect with the students that way, and it makes the classes really fun. But we also employ professional dance instructors, and I think it really makes a difference in the kids' lives. My favorite part about, probably the highlight of my experience with Everybody Dance Now, happened just a couple weeks ago, May 27th. We had 2 master dance classes with Tommy the Hip Hop Clowns. I don't know if any of you have seen the documentary Rise, but Tommy the Clown basically created Krump Dance, which is this really high energy, aggressive, but not violent form of dance, which is a way for people to express themselves. And it's become this huge movement in Los Angeles, helping thousands of youth. You're either in a gang or you're in a crumping group. and he's become famous. He's traveled the world. So he came to Santa Barbara, and I was lucky enough to be able to bring him. I had to raise about $4,000 to meet all of the expenses, and we put on this big class. There were over 120 kids in the afternoon class, most of which got in for free. About 99% of them got in for free. The mayor was there, and then we had a nighttime class to help us meet the expenses and also serve more teens at risk, as well as teens and adults who came to take the class. And Tommy just shared his enthusiasm and his passion for helping youth and encouraging them to succeed, and that was really, really great for me to see. But I've done things with Everybody Dance now, but definitely my favorite part about my life right now and the place I'm at is getting to meet people around me who make me feel like my accomplishments are so small. And this year I've gotten to meet some amazing young people who are doing great, great things. I got to travel to New York City for a boot camp with young people under 25, where we learned all about nonprofit fundamentals, and I just met people who had these international organizations at age like 21 while in college, and that was really inspiring for me. Then I got to go to Guatemala in April. I was a social action vice president for my youth group, so we organized a service trip to go bring in activities, and we fundraised for this school in Guatemala, helping young children and teaching them to be leaders in their communities and create change. And I got to teach dance classes there as well. But in addition to that, I'm competing in America's Junior Miss. I leave a week from Monday, so right now I'm California's Junior Miss, and I've just met so many great people from that. So all of these experiences, especially the Do Something boot camp and the trip to Guatemala, have inspired me to pursue international public service for my career. So I'll be a freshman at Stanford in the fall, studying most likely human biology, which is a really unique major that has a base in the behavioral and biological sciences to learn about humans and how they work, but then to apply that into environmental science and international health and give you a sort of a perspective and an interesting view of the world with which to go and create change. So I'm really excited for next year in my future, and I'm so thankful of everything that the Santa Barbara School District has offered me and all of my amazing teachers, and I've really had a strong base in high school and junior high and elementary school that has given me a lot of confidence and skills and knowledge to be able to realize that teenagers aren't just the leaders of tomorrow and the next generation like we oftentimes hear. And a lot of these teenagers in this room have shown that we can be leaders and create change today. And thank you so much for allowing us to have the environment to grow up in and feel like we can do that. And thank you for letting me speak here tonight.
Jackie? Jackie, I need you to know that I ran right home and looked up crump dancing on YouTube. I got it all down. I'm not very good at it, though. We wish you the best at Stanford this next year. Dr. Malikoff?
I'm just speechless. I don't know what to say. That is there's so many parts to that story. Thank you. Thank you for coming and sharing it with us.
Well, I have one other presentation, students. You'll want to stay for this as well. And then you can go home and you have finals, right? Yeah, we're done with them, right? Oh, gosh, I don't want to hear that. Board, I am very pleased to introduce to you tonight the new principal for San Marcos High School, Norm Clevenger. Norm, would you come up? Norm is an outstanding leader with the highest credentials. He has excellent experience as a principal of a comprehensive high school and a school on a block schedule. Norm is popular among staff, students, and parents. He is honest, a hardworking leader, praised for his integrity and professionalism. He supports teachers and knows how to grow outstanding programs. Norm, if I read correctly, you graduated from UC Berkeley and United States International University. Norm had been principal at Monterey High School and for the last 9 years has been at Santa Ynez High School, where I heard from people over and over again that his leadership was responsible for elevating Santa Ynez High School to the highest performing high school in the county. Norm, we're glad to have you with us.
Thank you.
Just say thanks to the board.
It's a real pleasure for me. I'm looking forward to this opportunity. I want to thank the board and Dr. Jarvis for the confidence they've shown me. I'm looking forward to getting started at San Marcos. They have terrific kids, dedicated staff, and supportive parents. I don't know what else I could ask for. Thank you very much.
I'm going to introduce Jan too. Norm's wife, Jan Clevenger, is here as well. Jan? Good. We'll be having a meeting with the new principal orientation Friday at San Marcos High School, so the staff can get to see and meet Norm as well. Good. That's it. The kids can go.
Well, we have.
What? Kids, why don't you stay for one public comment? Just one public comment. I know we had many presentations this evening. Let me give you some other information on the district as part of the superintendent's report. Chief Cam Sanchez and Harding Principal Sally Kingston will be trading jobs on Thursday. He will be the principal for the day, and she will be the police chief for the day. Chief Sanchez was a regular visitor to Harding and other schools in the Santa Barbara school districts. He regularly participates in programs like Read Across America, reading to classrooms of students. Long interested in education, the chief's daughter is an elementary school teacher. When a conversation between the chief and the principal took place as to who had the more challenging job, the gauntlet was thrown down and the job trade came up as a great way to end the school year. The chief will attend an ELAC meeting and, of course, conducted in Spanish. ELAC is English Learner Advisory Committee. He will oversee lunch duty and handle the daily challenges of a principal. In fact, I have some reports that I'll be asking of him that day. Meanwhile, Sally Kingston will start the day meeting with the command staff, attend multiple meetings, go on ride-alongs, and meet with a representative of the Police Activities League. Of course, they will be only a few miles apart and a phone call away if needed. I also want to comment on the board brief. The board brief is a collection of reports and articles on school and district matters. A copy is on display in the reception area, or it can be provided through the superintendent's office. From the May 30 board brief, I'd like to comment on just one of the items, that there is a report on the Academic Performance Index, state rankings, and similar school rankings, and we'll be discussing that more in the board meetings. And coming up in days ahead, Open Alternative is preparing for their school triathlon at Ledbetter Beach on June 12, and I've reported that one before. Is Ms. Keynes and her group on the
Public comment.
I'm not
yes.
sure if it's
Comment
public
list?
comment or superintendent's report, but we certainly
Well,
have.
good. I think we're going to that next,
Okay,
aren't we?
Cumbra Junior High School, Joanne Gaines.
Thank you.
Come on this side, so everybody can see you. Good evening. La Cumbre Junior High School is proud to be here tonight. We're coming off of a successful run of Hello Dolly. We're coming off of being a similar schools ranking of 10 out of 10. And so you ask yourself, what could be better? Do we have more? And the answer is yes. La Cumbre Junior High School has taken on two very difficult initiatives, initiatives that are the two major problems of teenagers in this country. The first is bullying, and our initiative will come to the board in September. Our initiative that's coming to you tonight involves peer pressure, and I think we'd agree that most of the expulsions that you see involve inclusion in peer pressure. So La Cumbra took on a project with the Reconnecting Youth class, and for that reason we have Shireen Catapouche from CADA, as well as Selena Rockwell, and the Reconnecting Youth leader, Ms. Bree Sutherland. And Eric Lazaro is going to explain the project that was taken on. Now, I must tell you, this was very special because peer pressure is one of the biggest problems among junior high students. So this group of students decided it wasn't enough just for them to be affected. They took on an initiative to create a brochure that's going to be taught at La Cumbra Junior High School starting in the fall. The name of the brochure is called Be True to Yourself and Say No. It's an amazing publication. It was written by this group for junior high school students. And Eric Lazaro is now going to explain how it all came about.
We made a pamphlet, as you know, of how to go through peer pressure, and we used our experience in junior high for the 2 years that we've been in La Cumbra, and we've been it through all, like getting asked to do drugs, ditching school, cutting class, and we've learned to say no by coming up with excuses like my mother's gonna pick me up, or my mom will smell it, or I have a doctor's appointment, stuff like that, like to make them believe it. And so then we all thought of, like, because we all have similar experience, so we decided that to make this pamphlet for the kids next year, so they won't have to go through what we went through. So, and that's it.
And this pamphlet was, as you look at it, I'd like to recognize Ruth and Jerry Harder, who funded the printing of this brochure. They printed enough for every student at La Cumbra Junior High School in the fall. This brochure will be taught as part of our opening week activities in dealing with the very difficult issue of peer pressure for teenagers. So we're happy to present it to you tonight. They designed the brochure. You'll notice the picture on the front is them. They designed it. All of the writing is theirs. And we're very proud that we have created an intervention that's teachable for junior high students. And we're very proud of this Reconnecting Youth class. Thank you. Stay here, stay here.
Thank you. And now, again, are there parents here? Because that was just wonderful. And
Yes.
I want to congratulate.
We do
these
have some parents here. Could I have the parents stand up, please?
These are fabulous students, and this is just wonderful. I'm going to read it very thoroughly.
Thank you. And should you be put in a situation, the answers to peer pressure, I'm sure one of them will fit everybody up on the dais.
I think you're right.
I wanted to thank our other students for staying to hear that presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next for public comment, we have David Hetjunk. No. David, I was like, David, I'm sorry, I can't read the last name. Het.
I'm on for a later agenda.
Oh, see, I'm sorry. I see that it's not on under public comment.
Oh.
That's what it is. Okay. Kenneth Locke, then, followed by Kate Smith.
My name is, okay.
We'll let the students go in to their finals.
I think I could talk over him.
Okay.
My name is Kenneth Locke. I spoke before the City Council today. I'm kind of on a mission these days, as I always have been. I brought up the whole concept of serving God. I actually did a video yesterday with the title Serving God. It's on YouTube. I think they have me on the first page, or if you go on like today or this week, you'll see me on the top. I think these kids have not received an education in relation to the service in relation to God or what is good. I'm sorry to say that you're not aware of the difference between a good education versus a bad education. I can explain this in relation to, an easy way to explain it is in relation to, like right now with your education with athletics through tennis. Your teachers are teaching the kids one-armed competition. I'm sorry to say that that is a bad relationship. It lacks integrity, character. The reason I can't blame your teachers for doing that because he pretty much doesn't know what he's doing, actually. I'm sorry to say, but I'm here to inform him of that ultimately the service he's providing to this school as well as the community is not good. It's not of God. I'm bringing the whole concept of Christ-based education, which is actually non-religious. It's actually a true spiritual relationship. And I'm sorry to say that in relation to that concept of a Christ, everybody's perspective is a little outdated. We're using that in, we think of Jesus as being the one who falls into that position of leadership. Again, it's a little outdated. It's kind of funny, I'll be running for that position as your Lord and Savior. I explained the basis of what a Christ is in relation to art, as well as painting. What I'm claiming to be is the Christ painter, the one who witnessed the Enlightenment. The whole basis of what a Christ is that they're anointed above their fellows. And then also Christ athlete, again, one who is raised up above his fellows. So I'm just, again, I think as I mentioned, I'm going to be bringing us through a paradigm shift and reformation in relation to how we pass knowledge along. Right now, again, it's, I'm sorry to inform everybody, that falls into the bad column. Those who are against what I'm teaching here, Antichrist, not of God. It's kind of funny how I could use these terms, and I think people understand them. And I'm hoping that in time we can actually transform this community. Thank you.
And Kate Smith.
I'm here with commendations for Santa Barbara's teachers, schools, therapists, and advocates. On June 12, 2008, my daughter, Emily Rose Smith, will don a black cap and gown and participate in a rite of passage at San Marcos High School. For others, this is a step into adulthood, college, car keys, and a checking account. Not so for my daughter. Her reading, writing, and arithmetic is at a first grade level. But with classes at San Marcos with regular students, painting, ceramics, gardening, and child development, she did her best and she received all A's. So she was invited on May 19th to participate in the Senior Awards ceremony. Her name was called, her her picture was taken, and she walked across the stage to outstretched hands of 6 teachers and administrators. But for Emily, the handshake turned into a hug. So as she floated down the steps and up the aisle, just as I am now, I burst into tears, and I want to share the reasons for the tears. It's because Emily's road has been so rocky, but even barefoot on hot asphalt, she perseveres and she pursues her happiness. And at her birth, angels were sent to us to mother me and my family and to teach me how to mother my children. So I want to give my love and gratitude to those angels now, starting with Ann Blanton at Franklin School. It's a county program called the Bear Club. I know you all know Hani Sonquist and Rachel Johansson of Star King Parent-Child Workshop. At Roosevelt School, there were 2 teachers, Pamela Holst and Carolyn Shaw. Then Gwen Phillips and the Open Alternative School. And at San Marcos, Mary DeSchmidt and Debbie Keys Thomas at I-5. I don't think you know about this stellar program at San Marcos. And unfortunately, Mary DeSchmidt is retiring this year. And God bless Debbie Keys Thomas, because you do not have a viable transition program in this district. And Debbie Keys Thomas is now creating one, and Emily Rose will be in her first class. That's 4 years of transition until she's 22 and out of your district. This was a communal embrace that my daughter got on the San Marcos High School stage. And she was embraced by Santa Barbara, these teachers, these schools, with their therapist and advocates, specifically Joan Esposito at Dyslexia Awareness Resource Center, and Rick Seward. I hope you know that name. I hope you know this man. He's retiring this year, but he is an advocate for the disabled at Alpha Resource Center. And Dr. Karen Davidson, who was our developmental pediatrician. These schools and educational programs were child-centered, teacher-directed, and parent-involved. After all, I do have a California State teaching credential, and I was welcomed into each class that my daughter attended from these angels.
And thank you, Mrs. Smith. We're running a bit over. Are you
I'm
almost done
sorry.
through?
I'm sorry. The rest of my presentation I will send to you, and I will be back as your CAC representative, the parent rep, to the SELPA. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all the public comment. Okay, we're on to the consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to?
I'd like to move to approve, and on F1, I think we should probably take 2 votes, because on the May 2nd meeting, there was a board member absent.
Okay.
So a move to approve and include April 22nd, 2008 minutes on that.
Second.
I'd like to pull F5 and F6.
Okay, so move to approve with the exception of those 2.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 5-0. Can
And
we-
then a motion to approve the minutes of May 2nd.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And Dr. Noel, you are abstaining? So you were absent. So you're abstaining. So it's 4 with 1 abstention. Dr. Rao, make sense? Okay. We go on to the action agenda. And we're on G1, approval of issuance of diplomas to the end of the year high school graduates.
We have this year, we believe we have this year the highest number of graduates ever in the district. We have 1,706 students graduating this Thursday night. And I am asking the board for your approval of issuance of diplomas for these students.
So moved. Oh, sorry.
That's it.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. G2, approval of elementary and secondary gifted and talented education, the GATE program application.
Robin Sawaski, our assistant superintendent, will give this presentation.
Okay, as you can tell from the agenda item, this is our 3-year, we submit our plans to the California Department of Education, and we do have Sandy Robertson in the audience, secondary GATE coordinator, and Teresa Kuntz and Barbie Evans, both working with the elementary district program coordinator and identification coordinator. So I guess I'm certainly not going to go through the applications. I know they're familiar to you. Some of you have even worked on the renewal process. And so I will just take questions from you. You'll see that the budget, of course, the cost shows the reduction that the board voted on this last spring. And I guess I'll just open it for questions. And if I need support from the coordinators, I'll ask for that. Questions?
I have questions. It's about identification.
Yes.
I want to understand the logic of what's changed here.
In the secondary district in particular?
Secondary district,
Mhm.
secondary district in particular. And I guess part of it is that I make a distinction between, for want of a better term, IQ or whatever the COGAT test measures.
Mhm.
That's one way of identification. And the level of preparation of the students, another way of identification. And if I understand what this is about, it's an effort to identify kids using the COGAT, the more intelligence measures.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, who may not be performing well and therefore would not be identified just looking at performance.
The shift. The new identification,
Yeah.
yes.
Do I
yes.
have that right so far?
Yes, so far, I would say. And actually, I should probably, if you'd like to have Sandy Robertson come up and answer more, if it's a more detailed question.
Well, I just, what drew my attention to it was the other provisions of providing support for at-risk students, which I had trouble assimilating to the idea of GATE. And programs like AVID, which I had trouble assimilating to the idea of gifted and talented. But when I finally realized that distinction was here, then it made sense that basically, in an effort to create greater participation by underrepresented groups, the assumption being that they are underrepresented in terms of achievement by virtue of achievement criteria, but that they're smart.
Exactly.
Okay?
Right.
That they're
Well,
capable.
that's
Okay.
right.
But that would then require some process by which they could get help until they're functioning at the same level as the other kids, the kids who are well prepared.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well-
so
But
far
I-
so good?
I don't know.
I'm wondering if this is-
Ms. Roberts may want to jump in, but my understanding, and I'll rely on Ms. Parker for this, my understanding of at-risk was a bigger category. Not just students who were gifted but academically at risk, but also students who were performing at very high levels, but who were also manifesting other kinds of at-risk behaviors, you know, being too stressed, you know, those kinds of
didn't-
things.
I
So it
did
was
not
it was a much bigger, I think, intended to be a bigger category.
But that doesn't address the equity, the emphasis on equity that I read into this. So I guess the question I have is, there, my expectation is that there could be problems from parents who feel that putting bright kids who are underprepared into gate classes with bright kids who are well prepared could lower the quality of instruction in the gate classes. And that's sort of a question as well as a statement.
Well, I'll answer it with the fact that in this goes across both elementary and secondary GATE programs. When you've got students in there that have scored on the COGAT or showed that they are at a certain level of intelligence, many of those kids, if they have not been prepared because maybe they've started out speaking in Spanish, for instance, or different at-risk factors, we provide the supports then for those students in the classes to be able to reach their potential achievement level based on this intelligence test. So that's happening also in the elementary district. Sounds like Sandy wants to address that. Go ahead with the secondary district in mind. That's particularly what you're talking about, right?
I'm only talking about the high schools.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, just high schools.
Yeah.
I think it's important.
Well, I
to-
shouldn't say just high school.
The junior highs and high
Secondary,
schools.
yeah, secondary.
In the case of students entering the secondary district, whether they've been previously identified and participated in the elementary GATE program, or if they've been identified in 6th grade and then begin GATE classes coming into 7th grade, I think it's important to understand that I go out and talk with every single public school that feeds into our district, including Hope, Montecito, Goleta, and Cold Spring. And if there's a student who has been identified either previously or on the test when they take in 6th grade, and they score very high, but the teachers don't feel that the student is emotionally or intellectually or psychologically prepared for the challenge, that's the category I understand you to be addressing. That a student may be highly qualified in terms of their intellectual ability,
Yeah.
but they're not prepared.
Exactly.
And then that would lower the quality of the overall class by including
And
those students.
unless the emphasis is shifted to the IQ type testing, we bypass those kids.
No,
They-
the point I want to make is I consult with the teachers about every single student, and if a student has qualified intellectually, and maybe their performance on the CSTs is in the high advanced range, but not necessarily the very high advanced range that we would expect to see from a GATE student because of these impacts on his or her life, the teacher may make a recommendation that despite their GATE qualification, that they don't go into the GATE program at that time, or they go in with AVID support, or we put what we call a watch on those students, and then the counselors at every school alert the teachers of those students that this is a student who may need some extra support. So they're either counseled out of GATE for maybe 7th grade, wait until 8th grade or 9th grade perhaps, so that we have a strong recommendation from the teachers about the preparedness of the student in terms of their social emotional status at that point, in addition to the numbers. So we read a kid on all aspects of their preparedness, not just the IQ or the CST. But AVID is a stronger player, as we know, in the last few years in our district. The majority of kids, I think, at most schools who are in AVID classes are not necessarily in GATE classes. They might be in honors classes. But there's room in the AVID classes for those GATE students who might need the extra support.
And part of this comes from personal experience.
Right.
We basically pulled our oldest son out of public school because we
I
felt that
remember.
the level of instruction in GATE classes was a joke at the time, particular classes. And I just want to feel that there's some reassurance that that is being attended to. That I have no problem with putting kids in on the basis which you described. I have no problem with them receiving support. But I am concerned about quality control
Right.
as the class proceeds. It's difficult, and anybody who's taught knows this.
Well, as
It's
you-
difficult to, if things are not going well, it's difficult to say to someone, you really don't belong here.
An anecdote from my classroom experience this year, as you know, I'm still teaching 7th grade GATE English, and we did at semester, actually at first quarter, 1 student, and at semester, 2 students were moved out of GATE they weren't de-gated, they were still GATE students, but they went to honors level classes because in the case of all three of these students, they weren't mature enough emotionally and intellectually to handle the workload in the GATE classes, but that was with the full consent of the parents, with the stipulation that we would re-examine at the end of the year, and are they ready? The question now would be, are they ready to go back into GATE classes in 8th grade? And the parents agreed that in all three cases, the boys weren't ready yet. No bias intended. So we do take very careful care with each of our students about their preparedness and their social, emotional, and intellectual needs.
And you monitor it as the classes proceed?
Absolutely. Talked with the I went out and talked, this is at my school, but I know that the site coordinators and the counselors at the other schools do that too, go out and talk with the teachers and keep track of how the students are doing to see if they're ready to go back into the GATE classes. By 9th grade or 10th grade, they may be ready for GATE classes, and they'll probably end up in the AP classes, as most of our GATE and honors students do. But right now, it's not quite the right program for them.
Okay. I'm very sympathetic with and supportive of the goal.
Mhm.
But it's a very fine line, it seems to me, a difficult one. It has to be, and you have to support it and monitor it constantly, I would think.
It's one of our daily concerns.
Yeah, all right, thank you. And in your hands, I have great confidence. in
Thank
this
you,
project.
Dr. Noel.
Ms. Parker?
I think it's important to emphasize, however, that for the GATE program, the primary identifier is intellectual ability and not student achievement. And so the CSTs or achievement tests are on there as sort of a backup.
Right.
But you're still always going to need a COGAT score in a certain range in order to be identified as GATE.
We have great confidence
Well,
in the COGAT.
You're saying that is, you make that sound like that's a ruling, that's statute. Or is that local policy?
That's local policy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But that's what we're discussing, is local policy.
Yes, exactly.
But
And-
you're suggesting that it's a given, and I'm discussing it before I vote on it.
But your implication was that our program's primary emphasis is in fact on achievement, when it's.
Our program has always had the opportunity, and I guess you have this Renzulli methodology now that you use, but our program has always had latitude to let kids in who can achieve, can do the work, who may not pass the test.
As long as they're at a certain level on the
Right.
COGAT
The-
test.
But I'm telling you, I mean, I can give you names and cite instances. That's the way it has always worked. And parents who, and there have been cases where parents say, my kid didn't make it, I want him in. Sort of like, we will make sure that she or he performs and the kid gets in. And in a couple of cases I know, the kid did very, very well, went on to college, had an exemplary career in college. It was not a mistake, it was not an error, it was a good judgment. And I would hate to see us move toward such a reliance on one or another form of intelligence testing that we would squeeze out the room for judgment of that kind.
But I think that also speaks to the difference between being GATE identified and participating in GATE classes, because that's a whole other issue that's not really addressed in this
The
plan.
state plan does not ask us a question about what to do about high-achieving students who wish to participate. The state plan asks us to detail our identification processes.
Right.
But we do have, now you got me concerned, Mr. Parker. Do we still have room for judgment? Is this Renzulli methodology? Is that not room for teacher judgment?
We use the Renzulli with a certain threshold on the cognitive abilities test and with the CSTs. So there does need to be a threshold of a score on the Renzulli, or excuse me, on the CST and on the cognitive abilities test. But if a student has not qualified and the parents believe that they should be in GATE classes, the best we can do is say you can ask for a space available for your child. Well, remember, the contract of 33-1 does tie the counselor's hands somewhat now in ways that it might not in the past, or at the high school at 35.
Let me get this clear. Is this a two-step process then? First the intelligence test?
Correct.
And then if some threshold short of passing?
Correct.
Is reached?
Correct.
However much that gap is?
Correct.
Then judgment comes into play?
Correct. Then we use the Renzulli, correct.
Okay.
And
What's
then
that gap? How far short?
It's about 4 points. We want to see an 88th percentile on the cognitive abilities test in the nonverbal section, especially because that's the abstract thinking, the higher level thinking, before we'll consider Renzulli. And then we want to see a certain threshold of very high CST scores.
So it's quite possible then that kids who could make it by virtue of hard work and a lot of support would not be able to get into the
I
GATE
think
program.
one difference from the scenario you're describing and what we have now is in the past, where we used pretty much strictly teacher's judgment, we didn't look at all at CSTs in the serious way that we're looking at them now. Now we have to take those into account very seriously. And so the Renzulli, again, is predicated on at least an 88th percentile and some very, very high CST scores in either English or math. So in the past, when we might have used more teacher judgment before we used the Renzulli, we didn't look at the CSTs in quite the strong way that we do now in terms of student performance.
And how did you arrive at the 4-point gap for that threshold?
That was kind of a meeting of the minds, as it were. I got together with some teachers who had a lot of experience identifying GATE students and working with GATE students, and we looked at what that 88th percentile would translate into in terms of an IQ score, and we talked about certain students in the past, and we reached that 88th percentile level.
Ms. Cordero.
One last question.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how many students under this rule, how many students who are now in would not have been allowed in under this rule?
I don't have an exact number. Might be able to get that for you, but that differs greatly school by school, because at Santa Barbara Junior High, for instance, there might be a GATE English class that had 31 students in it, so I could take 2 students in that class that were non-identified but strongly recommended. Whereas at La Colina, there might not be any spaces in that particular 7th grade English class. So the student who might be equally qualified at La Colina might not have the opportunity. And it's just the numbers, the way it works out with our contract now. Dr. Noel, I'd just like to add that when I talk with parents about this situation that we have, and the parents are mobile, they're willing to drive their student to a particular school, they've made a choice that maybe I'll go to Goleta Valley so I can get into the math class there because my student is high achieving but not quite qualified. And as opposed to La Colina or Santa Barbara Junior High. So parents are making those decisions based on our numbers. And there's not much we can do about that, as you know. Although we do, one last thing, we are stressing teacher professional development for our GATE and honors students, and we are, in fact, some of our parent money has been dedicated to increasing teacher professional development in pre-AP and IB and other differentiation methods so that our honors level teachers are teaching to the highest level possible for those students as well.
You know, I guess I don't understand in this document it says that it uses multiple measures.
Correct.
But if it's sequential, it's not multiple. So you have to pass the first threshold before the second measure comes in, rather than it being multiple measures at the first point.
I understand, and I did talk at length with the people at the State Board of Education, or State Department of Education, about what multiple measures meant, and our criteria does meet their definition of multiple measures.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Well, finally, yes.
Yes.
This issue raises quite a few concerns for me, and especially in the context in which we've been discussing it, because we started off with the discussion about, is this change an attempt to try to recruit more students of color into the program, and whether we want to call them underprepared, at risk, underprivileged, whatever term we want to use, we're talking about students of color and primarily Latino students. For 30 years, those students have been extremely underrepresented in the GATE program. So as far as I'm concerned, any change we can make that would likely improve that ratio is worth a try. Because with all due respect to other members of the board, there have been, since the time that GATE was implemented, there have been highly capable, highly talented, highly intelligent students who have not gotten into that program, and they have mostly been brown students. So to hear someone characterize a class because, well, let me just back up for a second. It frustrates me that whenever we talk about trying to make our GATE program more representative of our student population, that the issue of qualifications and whether students really deserve to be there always comes up. I find it extremely frustrating that, especially if we're talking about secondary school students, that we, especially as a board, don't take responsibility for why our students might be underprepared if they're not being prepared by the time they get there. Many of those students have been in our district since they started school. If they're not prepared for the GATE program, even though they test at the GATE level, by the time they get to secondary school, we need to bear some of the responsibility for that. And certainly as a member of this community, I have been asking the board to bear some of that responsibility for well over 25 years. So I find it extremely frustrating that to hear a colleague refer to the class as a joke because it allowed students into the program who were not, I'm not sure, not GATE identified, not well prepared. But if it's going to become a well prepared program, then we need to change the name of it. It's not gifted and talented. It's privileged and well prepared. And so my concern, or my point is that I think we're headed in the right direction. If it doesn't work, it certainly, I mean, it hasn't worked for 30 years for many students in this district. So trying something new for a couple of years doesn't seem like a huge difference. The only difference is it might not work for a different population of students, but it seems to me about time that one population gets a little bit of a break.
I can assure you that if a student has taken the cognitive abilities tests, Latino student or any other ethnicity that we might term underrepresented, if they've scored well on the CSTs, they are given a very high priority to try to get one of those seats in the GATE classes. And every teacher that I've worked with in my entire career has had this as a concern. We are alert to it every day. It's one of our strongest goals is to try to increase the number of underrepresented students.
Well, we were told that one board member had to pull his child out of the program because it was a joke.
Mrs. Cordero,
no, excuse me.
Would you
Mr.
like me to give you some of
Dr.
the
Noel,
facts about that?
Dr.
So you
Noel,
can speak with some intelligence?
I did not interrupt you, so I would appreciate it if you would not interrupt me.
I didn't attack
I
you,
also withdrew, or my son also quit the GATE program, not because it was a joke, because there was brown students in the class, but because there were no other brown students in the class. He didn't feel comfortable being there. So as far as I'm concerned, I think that's much more of a problem that we have been facing in our district.
Well, you have a civil rights centered view of everything in education, Mrs. Cordero.
I don't think you know my view on everything in education.
Now it's my turn. Right?
Oh, excuse me, but you don't, why don't you speak the facts then? You don't know my view on everything in education.
The fact is, Mrs. Cordero, that the class I'm talking about, the demographic composition of it did not include Latinos. The reason it was a joke was the teacher's responsibility, not the students. And yes, it was a joke, and that's my opinion. I'm entitled to it, and yes, as a parent, we made the right decision.
And I hope as a board we'll make the right decision.
Any other questions? I have a question, actually, if I can change the subject ever so slightly. To the elementary district. We've always had a test at the end of second grade, and then they start in the third grade. And that's been historically, I think, what the Santa Barbara district has done.
In our district, yes.
That's not what's done. Let's ask that as a question. Is that what's done in most districts?
In our neighboring districts, I can't tell you for the whole state, and I know Teresa or Barbie could maybe give you some more perspective, but in our surrounding areas right now, Carpinteria does test at second grade, but Montecito Union, Cold Spring, Goleta, Hope all test at the end of third grade. Correct?
Has that ever been considered as something? I mean, I see that as a way to focus these limited funds on.
Yes, it has.
It has been. In fact, last year, about a year ago, Teresa Kuntz and I were at an advisory council meeting, district advisory council meeting, and we did bring that up as something that we could look into in the elementary district because of, well, there's many reasons, various reasons. One just real simple numbers reasons is that at third grade we're 20-1, and at fourth grade we go up to 30-1. With our new identification identification process with English learners, we use the CST scores to identify those top 5% of our students. And so we need to wait until after third grade, or we don't get the scores early enough after second grade to have those tests available. So we're, layering in that. As it is now, we're doing that after the fact. So yes, we've talked about it. It's not something that's going to happen right now. We have talked about reviewing our elementary GATE program in not exactly the same kind of process that Paul Turnbull led the secondary district in, but a type of review that would be brief, have lots of feedback from the stakeholders in the program. So that could possibly be part of the process, looking at that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Ms. Harder?
Yeah, I'd like to move to approve the elementary and secondary gifted and talented education program applications.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes 5-0.
I'd like to comment, if I may, on my vote. My vote is aye because, as I said earlier, I am in full sympathy with the goal. I have faith in Mrs. Robertson's ability to make sure the program is administered properly. I don't, there are other institutions all over the country are struggling with the same problem. I've been reading recently the history of how the University of California has struggled with it, especially since the passage of the proposition outlawing affirmative action. I think this is a creative solution, but like all solutions, I think it needs monitoring, and I trust that you will do so.
Okay. G3, approval of the consolidated app.
Each year, we bring the consolidated application to you for categorical funding. For your approval, Michael Gonzalez, our Director of Compliance and Categoricals, will make this presentation.
Thank you very much. By submission of Part 1 of the consolidated application for funding categorical programs, our district will be in line to apply for about $6 million worth of 11 state and federal formula-driven categorical programs. We are recommending tonight that you approve the submission of this consolidated application, but I do want to share with you that we did find that we're going to be making one revision to the consolidated application. We won't have the exact figure that we're going to submit to the state until later on this week, but with your permission, I'm going to show you what that revision will be.
What page is that, Michael?
It's the elementary. Part 1, 6.1. I want to share with you that much of the data that the state sends as part of the consolidated application is pre-printed, or what we call pre-slugged. I draw your attention to that circle at the bottom. The information the state sent to us indicated that Cesar Chavez, for the 2008-9 year, is computed as having 12.3% low income. Interestingly, we checked a number of different data sources, and we came up with 3 different numbers. What we're going to do is we're going to rely on the numbers provided by Food Service, who do track free and reduced breakfast as well as lunch figures on a monthly basis. On that basis, that number probably will be about in the high 50% that we actually revise to the state by the end of this week. We're obligated, as you may recall, to submit this application by the end of the month. With that small correction, we are asking that you go ahead and approve the submission tonight. I also want to share with you, in the cover memo I shared with you, that much to our surprise, the elementary district will not be eligible for immigrant funding for the 08-09 school year. We were not aware that the state requires a 5% increase in the number of new students, or what we call immigrant students, students from a country outside of the United States, in order to continue to be eligible for Title III immigrant funding. That represents a loss of about $27,000 to the elementary district. But again, if the folks up in Sacramento approve what the governor is talking about, we may be in line for about $6 million worth of funding in both the elementary and secondary district.
It's funny, this was a page that I had actually pointed out. The students enrolled in the attendance area, we don't really have attendance areas, so.
Fancy language for the number of students enrolled.
Okay.
State form.
Thank you. Any questions?
I'm just curious what that figure represents compared to this current year, the $6 million figure, not these percentage
It
breakdowns.
actually represents a few more dollars, but it's misleading because this, for the 08-09 year, programs that were not usually included in the consolidated application are part of the consolidated application. For example, the monies that we're receiving to maintain the special counseling monies for at-risk programs are now included as part of the consolidated application. So it's a bit more than what the district got last year. However, to answer your question directly, most of the categoricals are in line for reduction. That's the current plan. But we'll see sometime this summer is when we'll actually get the word about our entitlements. Okay?
And then one question that, it's just a curiosity question. We obviously do some processing for a couple of private schools in town. Are we allowed to charge any kind of administration fee?
No, we are not. And you should, I should share with you.
Costs, let's go.
You are correct. Unfortunately, the state requires that well, let me go back. We can't charge the private schools. The assumption is that the administrative staff at the district, that's part of their responsibility to provide that kind of service. Please know that a couple of years ago, we began to institute a practice that is more in compliance with existing law. In the old days, it wasn't unusual for public school districts to actually send funds to a private school or receive requisitions that we would pay for out of their share. That's no longer the case. As you know, for the last couple of years, we provide services, and actually what we do, to make a long story short, is we contract with what we call the supplemental educational services providers to set up a tutorial kind of program for students at those private schools that need it. At the current time, it actually comes down to mainly Notre Dame and Bishop. We pay for that service, and that way we're very clean in our contribution to students who are eligible who attend these private schools.
Lest the public misunderstand that last statement, we pay for it means the federal government out of Title I funds pays for it and we administer it.
But to be more accurate, yes, the federal and state government actually pay for those programs that we administer, correct.
Thank you.
I'd like to move to approve.
Second.
The consolidated application for funding categorical aid programs for the Santa Barbara Elementary and High School districts.
It was seconded by Mrs. Cordero. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on to G4, the second reading of the adoption of board policy and administrative regulation 7215, fundraising for the purpose of augmenting bond and capital funds.
Dave Hetjunk, our Director of Facilities and Operations, will make this presentation. You've seen this before in the first reading, and there are some additions that Dave will be pointing out.
Thank you, Dr. Sarvis. When the board adopted the 7000 series, this was one of the regulations that they wanted to think about a little bit longer, and hopefully I've made some changes that indicate that I kind of read what you were thinking. If not, let me know and we'll bring it back again. First of all, I changed the title to Bond and Capital Funds. So that way, if we have some other capital funds that someone wanted to augment for, such as developer fees, we could use the same regulation. That being the major change for the board policy. The other changes were in the administrative regulation. On page 2 of 2, in the last paragraph, we have an extra other that I will delete if you approve this tonight. On page 1 of 2, at the bottom of that page are the major changes. Previously, the policy stated that we would start construction when a fundraising group met 75% of that goal. I've changed that to be, we'll advertise the project when you have 75% of the goal. And in order to start construction then, we would, as a district, we would want that 75% raised transferred to the district, so it's in our bank account. And if they are somewhere between 75 and 100% of their goal, before we award the contract, they need to give a presentation to the board on their fundraising plans for the remaining part up to 100%, and you need to approve that plan prior to award of contract. And I think it puts a little bit more control with the Board of Education. I think it sends a message to the fundraising groups that, you know, here's a point at which we'll advertise, we need to have this much money before we'll start, and we need to have complete confidence in your fundraising plan that you can achieve the remaining goal, or we're not going to approve the contract. And then one other thing is in the verbiage, changing the word or to and at the very top of 2 of 2, and not saying that funds will be encumbered or the organization will be held responsible. We would encumber other funds and the fundraising organization would be responsible. I think that's an important change. And I would hope that the board is more comfortable with the policy.
No, I want to thank you, because I
Mrs.
think that the changes do provide more insulation and protection for the board if there are gaps in the fundraising versus the actual cost, particularly after construction has started.
Excellent.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. This is excellent. G5, approval of management and confidential employees' salary increase, similar to the salary increase granted to certificated employees.
Chris Robertson, our Director of Personnel, will make this presentation.
Good evening. Management and confidential employees submitted a proposal in 2007-2008 requesting the same percentage salary increase negotiated by the districts with SBTA for the certificated employees. However, this proposal was delayed pending fiscal year budget development and or that process and the completion of the multi-year projections. That budget development process has been completed and the multi-year projections approved. The funds necessary to support this request are already included in the district's multi-year projections. This request is consistent with the 3% increase already granted to the certificated employees in SBTA. It is recommended that the board take action to approve the salary increase for the management and confidential employees for the 2008-2009 school year.
Recognizing the awkwardness of the Director of Personnel, who is a beneficiary of this. I mean, you know, it's just the way it works in a school district. I'd like to move to approve the management and confidential employees' salary increase, similar to the salary increase granted to certificated employees.
Second.
And there's public comment.
So, do you want to do your question first, Dr. Noah?
Do you want the comment first?
Okay.
David, apparently I can read your last name, Hetyank.
Thank you, members of the board. I was part of the negotiating team for the administrators, myself, Dave Ortiz, and Donna Ronzoni. On behalf of administrators and the negotiating team, we'd like to thank the board for their continued support, not only of administrators, but of all district employees. Thank you.
My question, I'm kind of curious. How many of the people affected by this are making over $100,000 a year?
You know, I don't have an accurate figure off the top of my head. Your principals would be making over that amount. A few of your assistant principals, maybe. Certainly your confidential employees are not. But that would be, and the directors.
And what?
And the directors,
Now,
assistant superintendents.
Okay, so at the sites, it's principals and some associate,
And assistant principals, correct.
Okay, what about downtown?
Your directors, your assistant superintendent, deputy superintendent, superintendent, a couple of your coordinators.
Okay, thank you.
Clarification, however, it does not include the superintendent, the assistant superintendent, or the deputy superintendent currently. Is that correct?
That's correct.
They are not included.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to clarify.
By contract,
Very good
the
point.
superintendent would get the same increase by contract. By contract, the deputy superintendent would not get this increase. By contract, the current assistant superintendent would get this increase, although we're upgrading that position to associate superintendent. And if I may say.
Yes, I think so.
Yes. And it's anticipated that under the new contract for the associate superintendent, it would not be applied.
Ms. Cordero, did you have a question? No. I had a motion and a second? Okay, any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, no.
So it passes 4-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board action on student expulsions. We have two.
In case number 0708-78, move to approve the findings and recommendations of the hearing panel.
Second. I'm sorry, who seconded that?
I did.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. No, I'm
wait,
sorry.
4-0.
It's 4-0.
Oh,
and
I'm sorry. I
one-
voted and I shouldn't have.
It's one
I abstain.
abstain. Oh, is it absent or absent? That was Cordero.
Okay. In 0708-84, move to uphold the stipulated agreement.
Second.
Carter and Parker. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And one absent. So it passes 4 with one absence. Okay. We're getting back on schedule. H1, School Services of California Business Office Efficiency Study Implementation Plan.
Well, we've been promising a follow-up to the study provided by School Services of California, and Eric Smith, our Deputy Superintendent, will make this presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Sarvis. In the fall of 2007, the districts contracted with School Services of California to undertake a fiscal health and comparative analysis study and to perform an efficiency study of the district's business services operations. In the spring of 2008, SSC presented their findings. SSC recommended, among other things, that the districts retain a highly qualified chief business official, strengthen internal controls in the business office, improve both people and technologically driven systems in the business and human resources offices, enhance staff development opportunities among business office staff, and to reorganize the management structure of the business office. At that time, the board charged the staff to bring back an implementation plan to basically identify which of these recommendations we felt were feasible and could be implemented. Before you is an implementation plan. We've developed the plan with specific benchmarks to basically establish timetables for their implementation. Accordingly, we needed to do that because things that get measured get results. So what I'd like to do is briefly walk you through the plan, discuss the fiscal impacts, and then talk about some proposals to mitigate the fiscal impact of some of the things that are being recommended that have price tags. So what we did is we went through the plan by section, created a table of contents, and tried to comprehensively address School Services of California's recommendations. In some cases, the recommendations were redundant, so we eliminated the redundancies and only dealt with a specific recommendation. In some cases, we knew that recommendations had been attempted previously in the district and were not successful, so you'll see will not be implemented after some. Some rest on the shoulders of the board, and so we cannot move forward until the board actually takes action with respect to certain items. And then some, as I mentioned before, have fiscal implications that the board would have to approve. And if we get that approval, we would embed those in the development and adoption of the 0809 budget. So I'm just going to go line by line. I'll try and be brief because it is a 17-page document. First, the district should continue working on their strategic planning process whereby its overall mission and long-term educational goals are developed and updated each year. Obviously, this is a charge of the board. I think it's something the board will be discussing, and then once you give us direction, we'll move forward with that. Consider operating or creating a budget advisory committee. We had a brief discussion relative to this. We'll be bringing back additional information at the July board. This, along with the audit committee issue, I do have an editorial comment. I'm starting to worry about our organizational capacity and how much we can take on if we decide to proceed with a parcel tax, among other things. So it's something that, you know, we're willing to do if that's what the board desires, but I just want you to be sensitive relative to the number of things that we are doing. And given that this plan is pretty ambitious, and if we are charged with implementing it, it's going to require a significant amount of work. Provide more detail in the budget development calendar. This really had to deal with the interrelationships between the current fiscal year, the budget development, and basically the prospective years. We'll actually present a more sophisticated budget calendar in December of 08. The next item was provide programmatic budget reports as needed by budget managers, administration, and the board. We're using the web-based Edu reports already. Our goal is to provide more staffing on a district-wide basis. This is a web interface rather than the more cumbersome HP interface we have with our financial system, and we hope to have that implemented on a district-wide basis by June of 09. Continue to update its multi-year projections to reflect best estimates of the district's financial future. As you know, we're already providing multi-year projections at budget adoption, first and second interim, and we'll continue to do that. Also, we're providing them after the May revise. So in my mind, we're making good progress there. The only other thing we need to do is, in the event that we have a collective bargaining agreement, we need to basically do a multi-year projection to forecast the implications of that multi-year bargaining agreement relative to AB 1200. But in my mind, that's pretty much implemented. One of the things that we identified is, or school services identified, was setting up a staffing reserve in years where the district expects decline. Basically, since we operate on the basis of the prior year guarantee where we're funded on last year's ADA because we're in a declining enrollment pattern, one of the issues that can surface is that if you have more students actually arrive than what you budget for in the fall, since you're operating on last year's revenue, you really don't have any way to fund additional teachers until the prior year when your revenue catches up with you. School services has seen this done in a few districts. We think it's deserves some consideration. We haven't attached a fiscal impact to it because we're not sure where the board is on this. The things that we actually want or need, we have identified and put a price tag. Things that we think are probably good ideas, we're just waiting for the board to give us some direction. I did have a brief conversation with personnel about this. We think it probably would be appropriate at 3 to 4 FTEs, and we know that the average total comp for teachers is $78,000, so you can kind of ballpark and figure out what that would be. So we're waiting until June of 08 relative to the budget consideration, whether that's something the board wants to do. The district should be diligent in stemming the deficit spending cycle projected in its multi-year projection. Everybody in this room knows we adopted a multi-year fiscal recovery plan. We've made significant progress there. In my mind, that's implemented. Put additional processes in to improve estimates when preparing budget updates during the first fiscal year. We're using, starting July 1, a payroll encumbering system, and I'll spare you with the technical nuances of it, but basically it allows us to project salaries and benefits on an encumbrance basis so we can identify how much we have in terms of salary savings throughout the year, or if we're short and we need to make adjustments. Strengthen position control procedures to better track and project year-end expenditures. Obviously, we need to do a better job relative to position control, but that's going to cause not only or require not only people, but also better processes. There's a form attached relative to the process I think we should be using, but we need people power to drive it to get it to where we need to be. And that's actually alluded to several times in the study as well as the implementation plan. The next item is the business office should provide monthly updates to the board on budget and student enrollment and attendance information. We have this data, we just haven't been providing it to the board. We can bring this on an informational basis. Attendance does this already, and so we'll be starting to implement that in September of '08. Periodically, annually if possible, hold a budget workshop for the board. Well, I think we had multiple budget workshops, but probably not in the way that anybody envisioned. I think given the fiscal climate at the state and the implications it had for the district, our normal budget workshop that was calendared in our budget calendar was kind of eclipsed relative to those issues. So we'll bring that back embedded in the current budget calendar in December of '08, or actually it's the projected budget calendar in December of '08, and we'll move forward with that. Include categorical funding sources in the budget calendar. That's something we'll also bring back and have embedded in the budget calendar in December of '08 for the projected 9-10 fiscal year. Technological solutions and appropriate training needs to be provided to site staff and department budget managers. Once again, depending on our staffing levels, we're going to try and train all the school sites in the use of Edu reports. We want to move ahead with the online requisitioning module for the CEC financial system, but as alluded to later in the report, we have both hardware, software costs and training costs to move ahead with both the online requisitioning and an integrated position control and budget development system. Review the staffing requirements of the business office in light of technology being utilized and the size and complexity of the district's finances. I'm not totally in alignment with SSC's recommendations here. They recommended actually 3 management positions. I don't believe we need an additional management position in the accounting budget area. I do believe we need 2 additional classified employees, mainly focusing on position control, 1 on the personnel side and 1 on the budget side to effectively implement where we need to be. Under the contingencies sections, the district should plan on making expenditure reductions in operating budget in future years to align expenditures with its revenues. Once again, this is a fiscal recovery plan issue, multi-year projection. I think we've done a good job there. In my mind, that's been implemented. And it'll probably have to be continue to be implemented every year. Consider establishing an audit committee. We brought this once before. We did not reach consensus, but we'll bring additional information back in July of '08. Revenue limit sources, implement a comprehensive district-wide program to improve student attendance. We have certain things embedded in the fiscal recovery plan that basically should enhance attendance, but we're going to make that a focus going into next year, although we don't have specific plans in terms of a district-wide attendance target, but that's something we'll be bringing back in September of '08. Federal revenue sources, the district should continue to review all the federal budgets by fund and resource to determine that the appropriate counting methods and fund compliance are maintained. That's implemented in my mind. The district should continue to pursue opportunities to increase its local revenues through all available avenues, including a parcel tax. I think the board took some steps toward that goal. We'll be bringing, I guess, a proposal back at June 24th. So I guess I changed that from to be determined to June 24th. Budgeted expenditures under the recommendations there, they had a recommendation that after enrollment projections are completed, the district should implement a process whereby staffing levels for the coming year are determined jointly by representatives from instruction, personnel, and the business office. Right now, the deputy superintendent and the superintendent are jointly working on the enrollment projections. We'll be meeting with personnel to talk about staffing ratios. Most of that's formulaic with respect to the certificated side of the house and is embedded in the collective bargaining agreement. We are working with CSEA relative to classified staffing ratios, and we think that that will probably take the better part of 08, 09 in negotiations to come up with some formulas that suit everybody. So we have a December of 08 implementation. That's probably a little bit ambitious, but we'll see what we can do. Implement a plan to pre-fund retiree health benefits liability. We've hired Aon Consulting to basically perform an actuarial. Obviously, this is an issue under GASB 43 and GASB 45 that got a lot of attention a few years ago, but in light of the current budget crisis, it's kind of went on the back burner. It's not gone away, but it's just a priority issue. Where do we want to put our money? Under other programs and funds, pursue avenues to eliminate deficit spending in the cafeteria fund and rebuild its reserve. One of the issues I feel strongly about is that currently we have our director of nutrition doing a lot of office work. She can't be out in the field training her kitchen staff to do what they need to do. By industry standards, we're probably pretty overstaffed out there, but it's not because we can't rise and fill up their capacity. It's because we don't have our director of nutrition services out there training them relative to what they need to do. We've embarked on a number of things going into next year in terms of universal breakfast and just trying to move toward a point of sale system across the district that she really needs to be in the field and have basically backup or support in the office. We think for actually a minor amount of money, we can make that adjustment and get Nancy out in the field and basically improve not only the operation, but also the revenue generating capacity of our child nutrition program. Implement a method to charge all appropriate restricted programs and funds for retirement benefit cost, implemented. Assess administrative costs to the Capital Facilities Fund for the collection of developer fees, implemented. Review its restricted maintenance account to ensure that indirect cost rates are applied, implemented. District should continue reviewing its special ed program in order to manage the impact on the unrestricted portion of the general fund. Obviously, that's an ongoing issue. Restricted programs that are requiring contributions of unrestricted funds should be reviewed, and spending should be adjusted to protect the district's unrestricted funds. We're already monitoring all of them. We have some specific items that I'll bring to your attention at the conclusion of this report where we're making a little bit more progress.
Quick question, you're really flying along.
Yeah.
Under number 3, Capital Facilities Fund for collection of developer fees. Maybe I missed something. Were you going to be coming up with a developer fee study in anticipation of trying to increase developer fees?
You know, I actually asked for a proposal from somebody and I haven't received it, but I'm glad you reminded me. I'll get back on that.
Okay, and then one other quick question or potential addition. On page 7, under other local income and prior year revenue sources, under number 1, do we want to include the potential rental of 720 Santa Barbara Street?
Let me answer it this way. We have a number of things in the future health and analysis portion of the fiscal recovery plan, including decreasing encroachment in transportation, a potential MOU with City College, our homeschooling program, PERS Golden Handshake, and the Ortega rental that would all fall into that plan. And I think we'll have to come back with kind of a report on that plan sometime in the future. So I'm trying not to mix apples with oranges to the extent I can. Although you're going to hear me mix apples and oranges because I'm going to use some of the revenue from those cost savings to fund some of this. The next item is just a comment about the overall organizational structure. I think there's a couple of issues, and we'll look at an org chart in a minute, but one of the things that they zeroed in on is the span of control, and one of the span of control issues is when you look at our reporting structure currently, the industry standard is to have your director of child nutrition and your purchasing function really report directly to your CBO rather than your director of facilities and operation. When I came in here and I saw everything that was under Dave, I said, man, how's this guy getting everything done? But he has been getting it done, but it's really not fair to him. And the model is really, when you have an experienced CBO that has managed all those functions, it just makes sense for the direct line of authority to be to the CBO. Also, given that there's a kind of a pronounced, I don't want to say pressure, I want to say priority on making the cafeteria fund a more revenue generating operation, it also makes fiscal sense to have that report directly to the CBO. So in any event, the other things they identified was to ensure that overtime rules are applied appropriately and consistently to confidential positions. This was really kind of misinformation I think they received. They have been applied, consistently. We really don't have overtime. They get extra time on certain things and they get a differential rate, but there's not overtime per se. So I just wanted to clarify that. So that's implemented. They recommended creating a risk management function. The risk management functions are really kind of already inherently involved in my job, and given my background, I feel comfortable with that. I think that depending on, who ends up in what positions and whether the board approves some of these other positions, there could be some mentoring in that respect with some of the middle-level management positions. But at this point, I'm comfortable doing that job. Upgrade the administrative assistant position to the deputy superintendent. I think there's a couple of issues here. One is just given what I'm doing and the amount of impact on my assistant, I think that's warranted. Also, in the event that the board does approve the other two management level positions, which is the purchasing agent and the internal auditor, then she would be a support to those functions as well. So in my mind, that's justifiable. Develop a staff development plan for the fiscal services department. This is critical. I mean, our people need the training. They need to be state of the art. They need to be on the cutting edge. If they get stale, that's when we fall behind. And so we're putting together a calendar. I don't think it has to be a very expensive calendar. There's a lot of things that are provided locally, but we need to keep up to date. And one of the things that I'm always leery about is when we get into areas or times where there's fiscal austerity is tightening the belt on staff development in the business office. And those are the people that you need to be brighter than ever at that point in time. So we'll bring something back in August of '08. Build additional capacity within the fiscal services department to handle workload demands. This is an ongoing function. It's about increasing staff training, it's about minimizing turnover, and it's about creating processes and procedures and adhering to them. Update existing policies and procedures, basically the creation of procedures manuals. As you can see that in the accounting office, the accounting coordinator, the director of fiscal, and also purchasing are already working on that. Hopefully we'll get all that done and get things documented by September of '09. One of the issues that we have with high turnover with nothing documented is that your loss of institutional memory really retards you in terms of you can't move forward because you got to move back and relearn everything. Increase cross-training efforts. That's an ongoing initiative within the business division. Bring the financial system and support and training in-house. There's a recommendation in the next item relative to upgrading the current financial system in terms of hardware, software, and the training necessary to move forward with the initiatives that we need to bring us into the 21st century. I think those will go hand in hand. As you can see, based on upgrading the financial system to the most current version, we would need to lease a new HB 3000 box or HB 3000 Series 957. We'd need the additional software that CECC, who's our financial system provider, provides, and we need the requisite training to make sure that we could operate that in the way it's intended to be operated. Hold regularly scheduled staff meetings. Currently, the Director of Fiscal Service and Accounting Coordinator are meeting with their staffs on a weekly basis. I meet with the entire business service staff on a monthly basis, and even though I've been attempting to, but fairly unsuccessfully, I'm trying to meet with my direct reports every 2 weeks as well. shift the supervision of payroll staff back to the Director of Fiscal Services. And that's already been implemented. And then we get to my favorite, position control. 85% of our budget is in salary and benefits. And when we talk about position control, the best way of thinking about it is chairs and people. So before personnel can hire people, those chairs have to be authorized through budget. We hired too many people, we don't have enough chairs for them to sit in. And think of that way in terms of that blows your budget. And right now, our position control system is not where it needs to be. Ideally, our position control system should be automated. It should be integrated to our budget development system. So once we identify that we have the resources and the positions, which are basically established through a unique identifier established, and then personnel fills, and then through a recruitment process, then we basically know that we have the same number of people we're paying on payroll as that were authorized in budget. And you'll see a number of references to position control here and reconciliation of payroll and position control. And once you have that, you can be assured that you're not going to have a lot of surprises. The other thing that allows us to do is once we basically integrate those functions and we reconcile them on a quarterly basis, then we can move that where we can roll position control into budget development and basically roll our existing positions and base forward into the next year, plus or minus whether we had reductions or enhancements. And it's a lot more automated process. So we're hoping to have, given what happens with the other items, not fully implemented by June of '09. Yeah, I think we're out of water. I'm going to skip over to page 14, item 3, implement an automated substitute calling system. This is something SSC seized on when I did the research on it. We do have an obsolete sub-calling system, but when I talked to our director of technology, we have resistance at the sites relative to an automated sub-calling system because they want to maintain their autonomy over what subs they use and how they're deployed and who they get. So I don't think we're going to implement that. And it's, in this case, I think it's a question of SSC not digging deep enough into the issue. Purchasing, receiving, and warehouse. Provide clear direction on purchasing policies to all budget managers. We've already started this through written documentation. I really feel that we need a purchasing agent with authority as the gate valve here to basically enforce this. I can't be everywhere, and I think that's a critical position. Implement the automated purchasing requisition process. Once again, we need somebody who can spearhead that initiative. If that position's funded, we believe we can get this done by July of '09. Clean up vendor file and implement standard naming conventions. Right now, we have vendor files that basically have discrepancies between accounts payable and purchasing. We have duplicate records. We have all kinds of things that create problems for us. It will probably require us to bring in some temporary help to clean it up, but our goal would be to get it totally cleaned up by December of '09. Under payroll, the recommendation was to eliminate the payroll's benefit coordinator and establish a payroll manager position. I feel we have enough management in that area, and we're not going to implement. Split payroll functions by school site or employee name rather than by certificate and classified. This was attempted previously and proved to be ineffective. Although there might be other ways, the way we're doing it right now is probably preferable given that that's what they know and that's what they're comfortable with. Change the bond accountant's reporting line from facilities and operations to fiscal services, already implemented. Establish controls over the ability of sites and departments to make purchases without pre-authorization. Once again, we've already embarked down this path. Basically, we're basically tightening our internal controls, and this is always harder the first year when you start holding people accountable that haven't been held accountable. You have to give them some leeway, but next year I won't be as forgiving. Attendance accounting, the district should have ASB training function under the district's attendance technician position. I see this going hand in hand or being tied with the internal auditor position. We think the internal auditor position should deal with the ASB as well as the attendance accounting and fiscal accountability issues. And hopefully we would have that implemented by July of '08 pending board approval.
Just a quick comment while you're taking a sip of water. Whenever we have our annual audit report, it's always ASB funds that
Right.
are are dinged. So, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get to a point where you have what's called an unqualified opinion, which is basically, you know, no findings and basically a clean opinion, and they can basically state that, you know, they were able to analyze everything and state conclusively that everything was in order, you've got to eliminate those ASB findings. And, you know, we don't have anybody right now that can be point on that. So there's a number of things that kind of went into my thinking relative to the internal auditor position, notwithstanding the fact that it's been recommended both by SSC and FCMAT, and given that we're fiscally accountable, most fiscally accountable districts would have that. Establish a new mid-level management position responsible for purchasing functions that report directly to the deputy superintendent. I've already stressed what I feel is a compelling need for that position, and once again, that would be pending board approval. Have the food services function report directly to the deputy superintendent. We discussed that a moment ago. Realign the district's attendance technician functions with the addition of the responsibilities for ASB directly under the internal auditor. Attendance already is reporting to me, but if the internal auditor was created, that position would take primary for those functions, and we'd move ahead with that. So if we could move to the organizational chart, we have both a current and a proposed. Dave, do you have that? Okay. So attachment A is, actually it should say business services current organizational chart. And you can see this is what it looks like right now. So under the deputy superintendent, we have director of fiscal services, district attendance specialist, and director of facilities and operations. And we have a number of things that reports to Dave. What you don't see under here is all its maintenance and construction and all those people, which is, you know, given the number of bodies, is a very huge span of control. So if you think about his construction supervisors and think about basically all his maintenance, person at maintenance and grounds personnel, that's a very large span of control in and of itself. So if we move to the proposed organizational chart, what you would see here is that kind of more flattened out organizational structure where we have the director of fiscal services and director of facilities and director of nutrition services, all existing positions reporting to the deputy superintendent, with the addition of an internal auditor and a purchasing agent. Also, you would see that under the director of fiscal services, there would be a position control analyst, which basically is parallel to the financial control analyst, and there would be the flip side of that position, which would be a personnel tech, which would report to the director of personnel. But I see those two really working hand in hand, because the issue to make position control work effectively, you've got to work effectively both on the personnel and on the budget side. You can't have one without the other. So those are the two classified positions that I suggested would need to be created. So how do we pay for this is the next issue. I think the board will recall that we embedded about $200,000 in the multi-year projection to contemplate this, but we have a number of other options we can look at as well. The ongoing fiscal impact's about $294,000, with about $112,660 in one-time funds that would go to CECC to purchase the hardware, software, and training to implement what we need to implement. In addition to the $200,000, as you recall, after P2, we had about $150,000 in increase in elementary ADA because our P2 ADA came in higher than the elementary. If we reorganize the purchasing department, basically don't fill the purchasing supervisor and basically fill it with a purchasing tech, that's about $22,000 between the differentials between, I'm not sure if the board's aware of this, but our buyer is moving to be our supervisor of payroll. If we made some other adjustments based on people moving around in that area, we could save about $22,000. We have some money left over from the reorg and instructional services, and probably the thing I'm most proud of is that given the direction we got during the fiscal recovery plan about reducing encroachment, Brian Tangwin and I met with Student Transportation of America and told them that we were charged with trying to reduce encroachment, and we got a couple of things out of them. One, we got a pass on their CPI going into next year. And the more significant thing is that I think the board will recall we pay Goleta School Districts about $38,000 to transport some students out there, and STA thinks they can save us about $30,000 right there. So we're quantifying. Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to have fun writing that letter to Goleta. So in any event, there's a number of things that I think can deal with the ongoing issues. The 112 is a one-time. I think we have that in our ending balance. You know, that's not a recurring expense. So my suggestion would be to take that out of the ending balance. But the other issues, in terms of the ongoing operational expense, I think we have enough offsets to basically make that work.
Madam Chair, when this comes back to us, could you put together a
You want me to
chart that
enumerate
shows all
those?
the- Yes,
Yeah.
please.
That I figured you'd want me to do that.
What the target is, the 294,000, and then all of these various.
Yeah, and we actually have more, so
pieces.
I mean, I think the list I gave you exceeds that, so we'll just have to figure out what, you know, how we make that reconcile. But I'd be happy to answer any more questions relative to that.
So it's 2 new positions.
2 new management positions, 2 new classified positions.
I thought I was taking more than 2.
Yeah, the 2 new school services recommended 3 management positions. We're recommending 2, and we're recommending 2 additional classified positions, primarily with the focus being position control. So if we look at if you look at this kind of comprehensively, it's all about internal controls and basically moving the business office, you know, to the 21st century. But if you look at the addition of internal auditor, purchasing agent, and 2 classified staff and position control, that's all about internal control. You have to have those positions to make internal controls work effectively. And we know we've had issues there.
So you're going to price all this out when it comes back?
I'll bring back, when I bring it back, I'll identify the offsets. So it's basically a cost-neutral proposal. Except for the one-time money. That won't be cost-neutral. The 112,600.
I don't know if you can quantify this, but I would actually expect the internal control positions to effectively pay for themselves
Over
more.
time. I think the best way to look at it, as I'm fond of saying, is that as we move forward and become a healthier, fiscally healthier organization, we basically will evolve to a place where we have efficiencies that will result in revenue generation or cost savings, which are difficult to quantify at this point in time. But that's kind of, you know, that goes hand in hand with the continuous improvement efforts that, you know, we've been talking about in business services.
You had one thing in here about deficit spending. I can't find the exact wording right now, but aren't we, by adding 4 new positions, contributing to the problem rather than the solution? Or how do you?
Well, that's what we won't be deficit spending because I'm going to bring the offsets to basically, there'll be cost savings or revenue enhancements that will basically negate the additional expense. And I think that's what I was just asked to bring forward, which I expected that, but I wanted to see where the conference item went first, so.
We're anticipating bringing this back to you at our next meeting on June 17th for action.
Okay, great. I just want to thank you for the depth and breadth of the plan. I know that it'll have positive benefits for the students in the district, but also I want to thank you, you know, the main, foci, have been position control and a couple of other things, but the practical impact on the sites, that a principal will know exactly what they have to spend and what the balance is. And that's not been the case. And I think in terms of delivery of services to students, that's critical. So thank you.
Yeah, I think the idea overall is to become a more end user friendly business office, but it's going to take we're not going to get there overnight. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done, both in terms of systems, training, initiative, all those type of things.
And thank you to your team.
Okay, thank you. We'll have a 15-minute break. Back. Report on unfunded Measure V projects and update on Measure V funds.
Well, this is a report we've wanted to get to you for some time. It's important that the board know where we are in our Measure V construction projects and what our countdown is on the funds. To date, we have no Attorney General decision on refinance bond funds.
Oh my gosh.
And that money is sitting in the county treasury. It's making money, but we're not able to use it because we had agreed early on to wait until we had an AG opinion. Yeah, about $3 million.
Yeah.
Almost $1 million in the elementary and $2 million in the secondary. Dave Hetjunk is our Director of Facilities and Operations and will give this report. Dave knows this one so that he could give it without any paperwork, right, Dave?
Thank you, Dr. Sarvis, members of the board. The first part of the backup is what used to be the back sheet when you were first presented with Measure V, where the front sheet was everything that was going to be funded and the back sheet was everything that wasn't going to be funded. I've taken the liberty of modifying that back sheet to include priority, what I would call 1A, and 2 items at the top of that sheet that did not get funded with Measure V funds due to the funds running short and due to the fact that we did not have the Attorney General's opinion where we could take the bond fund refinance and apply it to those projects. So if you look at the top of that list, the Carrillo Street driveway, the job walk for that project was held today. And so it'll be one that will start later on this summer and hopefully should get done before the rainy season. The modernization projects that you see there, the rest of the priority ones, they're all in progress. If you jump down to 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth number 3, Santa Barbara High School exterior painting. Part of that is being done, the J.R. Richards Gymnasium and the fascia on the main building. We had to get that part done just to protect the building. But there's a lot of painting at that high school left to do, so I didn't want to remove that item. We could still spend that dollar amount of money on exterior painting at the school.
Would you say that, how much money?
Well, right now, the estimate for the painting at that school is just under $4 million to paint everything that needs to be painted.
That's what I read.
If you look at if you look at item number 13, Santa Barbara High School exterior basement waterproofing, that item you approved tonight earlier. We had to move this up on the priority list. If you remember a few years back, 2 or 3 years ago, maybe even 4, I'm trying to think, we had some water intrusion in the basement there where the science labs are. We had to move everybody out. We had the start of some mold growth. What we did, we went in and renovated that area as far as, not renovated, remediated the area. And as a temporary fix, we placed asphalt pavement against the building. And that's done a decent job of keeping the water out of the building, but there is still water that's in that area that comes down the side of that building, and we need to basically dig that out, put in the proper drainage, and put it back because we don't want to take a chance on water intrusion coming back and going through another remediation and moving those students and teachers out of those classrooms into other areas and basically affect the delivery of the curriculum as long as affect the health and safety. So that was a priority 3 project, but in actuality, it probably should have been a priority 1, and we're funding that with our deferred maintenance funds. We're funding a lot of our projects with deferred maintenance funds and developer fee funds, and what that's doing is giving us less money to do other things that we would have done with those funds. And so when we do have the bond fund refinance, if we do get to use that money, we'd come back to the board with recommendations and a probably updated history lesson and ask for your guidance and direction. Following this updated, the updated estimates are now just under 100 million for the unfunded projects if you look at the back of page 2. I'd caution you a little bit on this estimate because we did not spend a lot of detailed time and not having a budget to go through and ask architects and engineers to do a detailed update of those estimates. But we were able to do some of the updates based on the condition assessment that we had presented to the board previously, which is at the end of the attachment. In the middle of attachment is just an update of a document you've seen before that shows us how we're doing with our bond funds, and you can see by this as far as what's remaining that basically the only thing remaining to do with bond funds is La Cuesta modernization, which we're going to be rebidding, and that's state matching money. So we'll access that state matching money and we'll use that state matching money for funding the construction, and we basically have no other unencumbered Measure V funds to start new projects. All of our new projects that we're starting and doing are either with deferred maintenance or developer fee for those that are critical that need to be accomplished. And a lot of those were to finish up our required ADA work. So in short, there's a lot of infrastructure work that's needed. It's always a judgment call as to whether the voters of Santa Barbara would be willing to support another bond issue, if and when and how much. Those are items for the board to consider in the future. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to try and answer them.
Give a little rundown on the status of the kitchen remodel.
Yes, I can. The kitchen remodel has been at the Division of State Architect for probably 7 or 8 months. We received word last week that they have finally assigned a structural engineer. DSA, Division of State Architect, reviews plans for 3 things. They review plans for fire life safety, structural, and ADA compliance. The rest of the reviews are the responsibility of the architect. Division of State Architect has a shortage of structural engineers. They are subcontracting a lot of that work out to other structural engineers who are not employees of the Division of State Architect. They are private structural engineers. We've been calling, begging, asking to get this project moving, and so we're glad they finally assigned a structural engineer. Now we'll have to see how far down on this person's pile this set of plans is and when we can get in to review that. I don't have that figure in front of me. We did spend some money with the first contract when we started the remodel, when we started the demolition, when we discovered the damage underneath was much more than expected, and then we terminated that contract early with the contractor. We went in with a redesign, and we've submitted that redesign to the Division of State Architect, but I don't have the summary of those costs in front of me. But I can get them to you in a board brief.
Dave, could you remind the board of the state funding that we have available on that?
Yes. If the board recalls, Proposition 1D set money aside for career technical education funding, and the district has applied for 3 separate of those grants. We've been approved for one of those grants, and that was the Dos Pueblos High School Engineering Academy. And we have 2 others that have reached a passing score but have not yet gone to the State Allocation Board to receive funding. Both of those are at Santa Barbara High School. One is to fund the portion of this kitchen remodel that would be the Career Technical Education kitchen, and the other is for the MAT Academy. So basically, as far as state funds, accessing remaining state funds, we hope to access $1 million for LaQuesta remodel, and then the funds for another couple $1 million for these career technical education projects.
Given the economy, are we seeing more bids for things?
We are seeing a couple of things. We are seeing many more contractors attending the job walks. In most cases, we are seeing additional contractors bid. As with the LaQuesta job, we're seeing bids come in less than what we expected, which is good, except in this case where we need to rebid it. And we're also seeing the numbers becoming tighter, which means the contractors are sharpening their pencil, which means subcontractors basically are the ones they get their bids from. So I should say the subcontractors are sharpening their pencils. When work slows down, there's more competition. Some people that have been doing private negotiated work are now starting to bid public jobs, public works jobs, which are a little different requirements as far as bonding and insurance. But we see contractors now bidding school work that haven't bid school work for the last 10 years, that maybe the private industry side of the house is slowing up. I know that hospital construction is still booming in California due to the retrofit requirements for earthquake-required safety, such as happening here in our town and happening in other towns. But that's a very specialized set of contractors who usually don't do anything else. All of your other general contractors are either bidding private work or public works jobs, and we're seeing more of those now bidding public works jobs, and we're seeing more contractors from further away. We're seeing contractors from Thousand Oaks, a little further south, and you awarded a contract tonight from a contractor from San Luis Obispo.
Is that also perhaps why we have some that have had problems with their paperwork and so forth? That it's because they haven't done it before?
I think it's twofold. We're looking at our paperwork more closely. Other contractors, when bids are opened, are looking at their competitors' bids to make sure that there's everything is the way it should be, and looking if they're second or third low, hoping they can file a protest that would be upheld where they would get the job versus the apparent low bidder when you haven't gone through and analyzed and qualified the bids. And you're right, there was several items on the agenda tonight where there were protests. In one case, we recommend that you uphold the protest, and in one case, we recommend you deny the protest. In another case, we recommend that you reject all the bids, and that's all part of the current state of the economy and how construction is going. So yes, when people were plenty busy before, maybe they didn't care if they didn't get the job, because they had another one they could bid and get and keep everybody in their office busy. Now, not getting a job may mean that they're laying off staff rather than just going and bidding on something else.
Interesting. Thank you. Go ahead.
I just have a question about the refinance proceeds and what other districts are doing in this situation. I don't know how many of us are sitting on funds through refinancing and sitting and waiting for an attorney general's opinion, or because I know that in years past they've done it and spent the money. And I'm concerned, on one hand you want to protect taxpayers because you don't want to end up in a situation where you have to repay the money. But on the other hand, we're in a favorable bidding climate, and I would hate to wait through that for 2 years, 3 years. I don't know how long this is going to take.
Well, I think the other thing is that, and I need to check with Dale Scott, something that occurred to me the other day is that there's also IRS regs relative to how long you can sit on proceeds without expending them. So our hand might be forced eventually. So then you're dealing with AG versus IRS. So I'd probably opt to go with what the IRS wants. That would probably be my recommendation, but I'm going to make that phone call tomorrow.
Or could we at least spend the interest off of it?
So in any event, I'll be reporting back to the board on that issue.
Payroll do we have? What kind of payroll do we support with, or have we supported with bond funds? Administrative payroll.
It would be.
And the second question is, what will happen when the funds run out?
Okay. Right now, we have 2 project managers, one for secondary and one elementary. And we have 2 classified support staff. We have a secretary and a construction documents clerk. Those people are currently funded from a combination of bond funds, developer fees, and deferred maintenance. They used to be 100% bond funded. As bond fund projects have been slowing down and we've been having them do contract administration for projects with other funds, we've adjusted the percentage of their salary to reflect the work that they're doing.
And is there a bond accountant, or?
Oh, there is a bond accountant, I'm sorry, there is a bond accountant also, 5 people.
So there are 5 people. So what happens will the developers' fees and deferred maintenance funds sustain those positions even after the bond money is gone?
Not all of them, no. We wouldn't, if once all the bond money is gone.
And the matching fund.
And once all the bond money is gone, the matching fund money is gone, the amount of projects we could do with the remaining funds would not require all 5 people. The bond accountant is also being funded from other funds as he is doing accounting work for more than just the bond funds. So as these people are doing other work, their salaries are being adjusted to be paid from the funds where they're doing the accounting for.
There's no encroachment from these positions onto the unrestricted general fund?
No.
Okay. And if that were to, would we ever get to that point where we may have to do that?
Only if you fund construction projects out of general funds. Then it would be appropriate to pay those people out of general funds because
Is that a promise?
No, that's, the board has that authority, but if the board, at some point, if the board did fund some sort of construction out of general funds, it would be appropriate to pay the people administering those contracts with the
So it'd
same
be the
funds.
Smith principle, always to nick them for their prorated share.
Exactly.
Indirect costs.
Concentrate on the unrestricted. Well, and also I was going to say the board has a safeguard because we provide those summaries at budget interim that shows the contributions to restricted programs, including funds. So if there was going to be a contribution to the bond fund, it's stick out like a sore thumb.
Well, I've not seen one of that,
No,
but I just.
that's because it's not occurring.
Something Mr. Hitchcock said earlier
that would be after
saying
my.
that we're just about finished.
Yeah.
Made me wonder, my gosh, but what about all these very nice people who are working on those projects? And
Yeah, you'd probably see me exhibiting heartburn first, but.
Wait, we do have public comment on this, so Mr. Hetjank may want to make himself available. Lane Wheeler from the SBTA.
Hello, audience. I'd like to, Lane Wheeler, speaking as a parent and as a bond oversight committee member, I'd like to congratulate the board and the wisdom of their direction, because I think it needs to be publicly noted that the Bond Oversight Committee and the funds that they've had to expend and approve have been spent in the most expedient manner that I have ever seen. I don't remember the number, but it was something on the order of 96 or 97% of those monies actually went to bond oversight projects and not to any other auxiliary or administrative costs. So I think the board deserves a big pat on the back for their direction, and I'd like to congratulate David Hetjank on the direction that his department has given to make sure those projects move in an expedient and cost-effective manner. And I definitely want the public to know that this is a really prime example of the school district operating in a very cost-conscious manner, and I think it's a big accolade to them and should be noted publicly. As a parent, I would like to thank the board, David Hetjank, Carl Mayrose, for their excellent leadership in moving the San Marcos Aquatics project forward and to celebrate the opening of that pool last Thursday in a very glorious and exciting way. And while I'm still hoping that the board sees the wisdom of installing new lights on that pool, I would like to thank the board for their commitment to getting that project done, and David Hetjank and Carl Mayrose for enduring my wife's constant questioning and making sure that they operated in an efficient and more than expedient manner. So thank you very much to David and your staff and Carl and the board for moving ahead and getting that project done and completed, and the aquatics program at San Marcos a home again. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
See, when we start funding construction projects from unrestricted monies, the pool lights will be at the top of the list.
Okay, anything else? Nope. Report on annual achievement, Latino achievement indicators.
As I said at our last meeting, I'm particularly concerned about Latino achievement, and particularly the lack of growth on these indicators. We met directly with secondary schools to review this report this last week. Davis Hayden is our Director of Research, Evaluation, and Technology.
Good evening, or almost good night. Yes, Dave's going to be putting up a slide. So just a second. Okay, if I can remember how to operate this thing. This one?
That's forward, that's back.
Okay. I believe you have these in your packet. First of all, to remind you what the elementary district has in terms of Latino students, and it's around 67.9%. So let's say around 70% of the elementary district is Latinos, and so that's quite a few students. This is the NCLB data for the district, the elementary district, and you can see, if I can get this little laser guy to work. You can see here that the targets that NCLB has set has remained steady for 3 years in a row, and now they're jumping up, and they're going to continue on that pretty much a straight line all the way up. The Latino students in our district are probably going to go under the target this year. Okay, so we'll have, besides English learners, we're now going to probably have Latino students falling below NCLB targets. And this, as Brian just mentioned, this line looks pretty flat for Latino students. This is, in some of these graphs I have comparison of whites, but in many I don't. This is our white student population. Down here we have the math, and we're doing better in math in the elementary district, but once again it's headed to intersect, and we may, it looks like we're going to make it in math for the school district. But the next year, I don't see that happening unless there is a change in this line. Okay. Here is a chart that shows the percentage of the GATE population that is Latino, and it's actually been dropping for the last 3 years. There's a couple of reasons for this, but there's a reason why the GATE population has dropped is that we've went to a new GATE test. The COGAT got renormed, and we finally bought the new norm version of it. But there shouldn't be a reason for this.
Wait,
This will change
Can I just
this
ask you
year.
real quick, is this the elementary district? Or are we
This is
still
the
on
elementary only. This will change this year, though, because we have instituted a new identification process, and I'm pleased to say that we only had 22 Latino students in the GATE population in the elementary district last year, and next year we're going to have an extra 20-some students added to the 22, so it's going to be a pretty large change that's occurring in the elementary district.
About, did you say like double?
It'll probably come close to doubling, yes. All 31 of those are not Latino. If we keep the same students, it'll be somewhere around 50% of the newly identified GATE students are Latino, or close to that, 40% maybe. So it's really quite a substantial change. I don't have time to go through every one of these, but I wanted to show you what each elementary school district looks like for English. And you can see a school like OAS up here, which is OAS, has a lot of change, variance, and that's because it's a small school. And small schools will go up and down a lot more than larger schools. They're not as stable in terms of how they're going. Here's the target again. And remember I said that it looked like we're going to go below the target for ELA. Well, you can see that if you look at all these schools, yes, overall, we're going to go below the target unless things change. And this is all Latino students, and this is their history on the NCLB for English. You have any questions on any of these individual schools?
Give us a second.
Okay.
So you're saying the district-wide will drive us under, or
I
keep
think
the district on
district-wide,
beyond?
we're going to go under, and you can see that for all these individual schools. You can sort of see the average is going to probably go under unless there's a significant change in Latino achievement. This test, we will go under. Some schools will be above, of course, but we will go under, it looks like.
Then the district as a whole would not.
Well, we're already in
Another
PI.
indicator.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but.
So it'll be one more
It's another
indicator.
nail.
Exactly.
Let me also say that an indicator like this is the indicator that you've been seeing on the individual school goal sheet that's tied to our board focus goals. So they have this as an indicator, and they have multiple year data on this, and you'll see a number of the other indicators.
You're getting a new board focus goal data sheets soon. I don't know. I guess you haven't gotten them yet, but they'll come into you real soon with all the latest data on them. Okay, so
I just wanted to, my concern in looking at this chart in our graph and there and the next one as well is how few of the schools are showing improvement, any kind of steady improvement. Cleveland has a fairly steady
Cleveland
improvement, and Adams.
Let's see. This is Cleveland right here. So Cleveland.
And Adams not quite as.
Adams.
It's not improving quite as quickly, but still a steady incline. But the others are either dropping or plateauing, and that the next one that you're going to show too, we see, I think, is even in some ways even more shows even less improvement among the schools, and that's of concern to me.
I think everybody would agree with that, and I think Robin could probably speak more directly to what we've been trying to do in the elementary district over the last couple of years to change that. But this is data from last year, which means that changes that occurred, like it takes about 2 years for changes to actually show any effect. And so, I mean, I'm hoping that this year we will see some of those changes starting to move that up, but we just have to look at that line, and I agree with you, it's pretty flat.
I do have to add that you'll remember when we started our English language development program, it just got started in 05, 06 with just a few teachers being trained, and then 06, 07 was when most of our teachers got trained, and then this year we have our teachers on special assignments that are supporting our schools, coaching in a way and helping them. So, you know, it's too slow for me, but there's no other way to do it in a district. You have to build the capacity, and so it's not going to show up, as you said, for a little while. There could be short little things, but really developing the skills of the teachers to help our students in the way they need it is going to take some time. I'm really interested in seeing the scores this year, knowing that they may not be huge gains, but there better be some gains.
I have a question. The target, at what percentage of schools fall below the target? How do you, is it at a certain ranking?
Well, you can see here that last year there was
No, I don't mean our
3
school, I mean statewide.
Oh, statewide. Well, I don't have that number with me, but there's going to be a lot more falling below it this year with this big jump. I don't know what it is for last year.
Is it, I mean, how do we were having discussion before, but how do we compare in terms of other school districts?
Well, if you look at the state ranks, which is in your board focus goal, you'll see that for almost all of our schools, except for 3 of them, we're at, I think, 5 or higher. So we're at the average or higher in the state on state ranks. So comparison to all the other schools in the state of California, most of our schools are on the upper side of that divide, not the lower side.
For Latinos?
For Latinos, I haven't broken it down for Latinos, but I'm assuming that, maybe it's a bad assumption, that it would somewhat reflect for Latinos what it shows for the overall. We could try and do that, yes. I don't have a state ranking for Latinos, though, only. We only have a state ranking for overall.
Overall population.
So that's, if the state broke it down that way, I could give you that data.
I'm as interested in the 203, 204 year as I am in the flat years thereafter. When you see a rapid change in the slopes of curves like that, it's like, what's going on here?
Well, there's a couple.
And of course, it would help to then see the 203, 204 and see what the slopes were then as well.
Well, one of the things you have to understand is that I am making comparison between years on the NCLB. And I'm making comparisons between one year and the next year in terms of percent proficient. And the test has changed from year to year to year. I think it's only the last couple years that the test has remained fairly stable. So part of the issue here in the elementary school may be that the test has changed. That could maybe be, maybe there was a major shift that caused this to occur. Dr. Sarvas, you have more history back. I wasn't here in 03, 04, and 04, 05. Do you know if there's an answer to that one?
Well, this is a tendency of state testing in general, that you get rapid changes early on and they start to plateau.
But I remember when the district introduced open court, and when it finally kicked in, we started to get some pretty big gains.
We did, then it plateaued.
And then it plateaued,
Yes.
but was that prior to this 203, 204 data point? It was.
It was, yes.
So somehow, I'd love to know what happened in between that got us back down there and then accounted for the growth again for that 1 year before it flattened out. So.
Did we have coaches back then?
No, no.
I don't have the answer. I wasn't here then, so I don't know the history of that one.
Well, it's tedious to get it off the state database these days. You have to do it one school at a time. So.
You do. And we can go through this one. It's similar. It's more scattered. We are going to be a little bit, we may make the math one more year, but as that goes up to about here for the next year, we will probably not make it unless there's significant changes, as Robin's talking about. This is the secondary district, and in the secondary district, 46.4, so approximately half, so it's approximately 70% or something like that in the elementary, and about 50% in the secondary district is our Latino population. One of the things, I guess, if you were to think about it, if 70% of our kids in the elementary district are Latinos, and we have most of our schools being 5 or above, then it probably is going to hold that the schools will stay at 5 or above for our elementary schools. This is the No Child Left Behind for the secondary, and you can see that in English Language Arts. We're going to intersect that X, and so I believe the secondary district may not make it. It'll be close for the 07-08. That's this year's testing. And for the math, once again, it looks like we might slide under it. So there's a good chance that the secondary district will take a hit in one of these two areas this year and not make NCLB. Now, there is a way at which the secondary district gets out is that in the secondary district, the high schools are also looked at separately from the rest of the district. There's grade spans. And so if our high schools can still perform as well as they have, we may actually get out of not having the secondary district have a mark against it for NCLB. It's still a possibility, but we're hoping that the high schools pull through. But anyway, that's another issue.
Can I just ask on that, in the high schools, it's the Casey that is?
Casey in the high schools and the Star in the junior high, and this is the secondary district for the combination.
So it would be a first strike for the secondary district. If we don't make it this year, correct?
I believe it's a first strike, yes.
Okay.
Did we make it last? I think we did, yeah. And you can see down here we're heading for going below unless there's a change. This is preparing to pass the high school exit exam. A pass is 350. Now, the other chart that high schools pass for the NCLB is 380, but this is the pass to graduate, 350. You can see that in any year, any 1 year, all the kids taking the test in any 1 year, our white population is sometimes close to 100% passing for the 350 to graduate. Our Latino population is, 50 to 60%. Many of these Latino kids end up passing it, but they may end up having to pass it in their second, third, or fourth exam. Okay? And for the math, it's pretty much the same thing.
I was going to ask you, do we know how many, we adopted the list today of the students who are graduating. Do we know how many students are not graduating this year because of not being able to pass the Casey?
I don't have that right now because we will end up with the, we haven't gotten the last test and we haven't gotten the July test. So, I mean, we really can't give you that number almost until sometime in August to be able to actually nail that down. Usually it's around, 30 to 40 kids at each high school that are still waiting at this point in time. Somewhere in that range, 30 to 50 kids maybe are still waiting at this point, and most of them are English learners and Latinos.
Okay.
So
When we do get that data at the middle of the summer, we will get it to the board, though.
yeah.
They go through graduation, though? They do go through graduation, don't they?
If all that's left is the administration of the last Casey, then I believe we allow them to go through graduation, but we don't give them the diploma
If they
pending.
have taken the test, yes.
If they take the test.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
Wait, if they have taken it, so the students who are planning to take it in July,
I don't know what we do with that one.
Well,
Well, we
the
had a
students
May
who have taken it in
administration.
May may be the students
Yes.
taking it in July.
And this has always been a problem with the Casey. We have a May administration. We don't get the results back until after graduation. So we allow them to go through the ceremony.
So this is dropouts for Latinos, and as you see, this is numbers, 20, 40, almost 60. And this is actually going to look even a lot worse this year. And part of this is because the way in which dropouts are counted has been changing each year, and it's changing again this year. And so the dropout numbers are hard to actually compare 1 year to the next because they're not using this. It's like apples to oranges. But what we can see is that even though that's so, our Latino dropouts is rising and our white dropouts are staying about the same, which is not a good indicator. This is students in GATE and secondary, and this is actually 07, 08, and these are the years. I missed putting the years on here. And one of the things I'm going to point out here, though, is that you can see that we had about 50% of the kids in secondary being Latino, but we're down in under 20% being in GATE. And if we go through, we don't actually have to look at these in detail because you'll notice that every one of these are the same story, under 25%, and this is APs, and this is academies, and one is AP students, one is AP seats in class, and the same thing for academies, it's students versus seats in class, or it's the other way around. And here's IB, and here's honors. All of these show the same story, that the Latino population in our schools is down 25% or lower, whereas their actual population in our schools is 50%. And that has not, where I have data over many years, it doesn't change. It pretty much stays there. Here's junior high students on the NCLB, and this is our one success story, is that we can see that, in fact, if they continue at this rate, all 4 schools put together, they may actually parallel the NCLB and stay above it. And that's, I think, a pretty amazing little story there, if we can keep that going. And if you look at math, it's almost the same thing. I mean, if a little bit extra help this year, we may be able to do the same thing there if this trend, this general trend continues. So the junior highs are doing something over many years that looks successful. And I put in the API, and you can see that same trend in the API, which you should. So, and you can look at each individual school if you want to on here. This is the senior highs though, and we go back to what we saw in elementary, which is the senior highs, although there's only 3 of them, you're sort of seeing a flat line here. And as this target goes up, some schools are going to miss it, possibly. And the next year, all schools might miss it, unless there's a change. And the same thing for the math. Some schools might miss it this year, and probably more schools the next year, and we can hope some don't, but the next year they're going to fall out of NCLB in terms of meeting their targets. And here's the API, just to show you it's a similar thing happening there. And this DP is an unexpected drop that we're seeing for DP here, and let's hope that gets turned around. And I just have one last slide, and this is just to show the 3 high schools in terms of their Latino population and their white population in your AP courses across 2 semesters. And if you had 50% of your kids in the school white and Latino, you can see that you're once again down in that 25%, 20% AP, just like we saw on the other chart, and this is the white population. So that's what I have for right now. Do you have any questions about how our Latinos are doing in terms of achievement in our schools?
I have questions, but they're more about diagnoses. I can't remember a year in which improving achievement scores for Latino students has not been included, either explicitly or implicitly, among the priorities of the district. And yet, we have these kinds of scores. And do we have an explanation for this? Or if maybe it's a silly question. If we had an explanation, we'd do something. But I'd love to hear some commentary on this.
Well, it's a school-by-school explanation. When we talk to the schools,
Well, let's start with the DP, because that looks pretty grim.
Yeah, it certainly does.
What's the school explanation at those colors?
When we talk to the schools, they say, you know, we've already taken that test that doesn't show yet, and we expect to be at a higher point. But that doesn't explain the drop over
So they don't,
3 years.
so they say it's a measurement anomaly rather than that there's a real underlying problem?
They're simply saying that there's good reason to hope that we will be above that point on this next year's testing, and they've already taken the next year's testing.
So we can all hope.
Yeah.
How do they explain the past?
I don't have a clear explanation to that.
I mean, I'm learning more and more about the secondary district quickly. I know that the AVID program and the growth over the last couple of years in that, we have high expectations on that having an impact. But again, like training for English language development, that's going to take a little bit of time to see, you know, those kinds of results. I mean, personally, I think it's inexcusable. We know we have to do something very different.
Do we know what percentage of these students are taking AVID courses? They're elective courses, are they not?
There is an AVID, in the secondary district, yes, there is an AVID elective, and the majority of the students in those classes are of color, are Latino.
But what percentage of the students represented by these data are in AVID?
Well, that's
I'm trying to
different
see,
at
is
every...
Is AVID a hope for the whole population? Or?
Yes. I would say that the AVID program is growing at all of the schools. More and more teachers are getting trained, not just the AVID elective teachers, but the content area teachers are being trained in the strategies. They're working with the AVID teachers. More kids are being involved with, they're increasing the AVID elective classes as well. So that's a very strong program to support our Latino students. I don't know the percentage of how many kids at each school that are Latino are actually in Avid. I don't know that. I think it would be different at each school.
You mean it could be a strong program? It could prove to be a strong program?
It could be.
It hasn't yet.
We don't have the data for our district yet. There are data that support Avid for Latino students statewide and across the country, but particularly in our state. Going on to college, being successful, being proficient. I mean, very, very strong data to support it.
Data that correlate well with these measures.
Yes.
I'm talking about measures
Of proficiency.
those who take Avid go on to college at a higher rate. I understand that.
Yes.
I'm talking about Avid as a campus phenomenon impacting campus-wide scores for any subgroup.
I believe so.
'Cause I haven't seen those data.
That's one thing, Cynthia, actually, we're putting together, and you'll see it in the board brief. There's a whole, quite a lengthy document on Avid, and there's also a CD that shows our Avid program that they put together. So you'll see that, I guess it'll be on Friday. It'll be released.
You know that the reason I'm skeptical about Avid is because I went to one of their meetings and it was just a bunch of testimonials and anecdotal stuff and the state and couching quantitative data in such a way that it, for example, a high percentage go on to college. Percentage of what? Of the people who take Avid, not of the total population of the kids in the school. So as a school-wide solution, I came away skeptical.
I see.
But not as a solution for those who take Avid. That's why I keep coming back to instant elective. If we could make it a universal requirement, then it might have that impact.
Well, in the elementary school, the 4th through 6th, it's every single
talking
student.
about high
But
school.
I know you're talking about high school. And I will have to look at, I don't know that exact answer is in the board brief that you're going to get. So we'll have to maybe dig deeper for that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair? Just addressing that point, Dr. Noel, a school that I've enjoyed visiting, and I know that you've been to as well, Segerstam Fundamental High School in Santa Ana, they really credit Avid as a school-wide initiative for their scores and how well they're doing, and they are doing extremely well. So I'm very hopeful that it'll make a difference. But in terms of what's going on in our district, it's so, it's beyond disappointing because I feel like we've been failing students for years and years and years. And it just little blips up but big drops down. And we need to see what's going on at the junior highs happening at all of our schools. And I don't know if it'll come back to, when we talk about our board focus goals, one of the things that I've been seeing that other districts do is they don't just say, we want students to be participating in these courses, we want at-risk students or students of color to be in scoring better on the achievement tests. They don't just leave it to the AYP and the API scores and what the state is setting as targets. They set targets themselves. And I think that we as a board should really be thinking about that and have that in our heads as we talk about focus goals the next time around.
I can just say one little common denominator, common thing that goes on in the junior highs much more regularly than in the senior highs at this point, and in the elementary schools that are doing very well, and you've heard it over and over again, the teachers meet regularly and they have common assessments and they look at those and they target what each child needs, by name. And they really are using what we know as best practice. But really, the junior highs started that, and the elementary school. So that is something that we're really moving forward on, PLCs. You've heard it over and over, but it really makes a difference.
I'm actually glad Ms. Parker brought up the board focus goals. I feel like we see this plan, some version of it, I'm sorry, not the plan, we see this report, several years in a row, year in and year out. We identify board focus goals, we see single plans in the fall, but I don't feel like there's enough effort at the board level to bring it all together and to keep it in front of us all the time. And I feel like we should be having a conversation surrounding some aspect of this on a much more regular basis. And I know that our job is big, but we deal with so many issues. I feel like we should have this in front of us at least once a month. What we look at, what we concern ourselves with is what we tend to improve on. And I just feel like we don't come back to it often enough. We aren't discussing it often enough. We aren't discussing issues, you know, surrounding it often enough. Really like to, Annette and I are dealing with the mission statement, and we actually have a draft. But I'd really like to get moving again on, you know, starting that whole process of the board focus goals, not waiting for a lapse in time then until the single plan's in the fall, and then waiting again until we get, you know, data back from test scores. I would like to find a more regular way to keep it in front of us.
Well, I was going to support that because I agree with what Mrs. Harder just said in the sense that first of all, we have seen variations of the same report for, you know, a couple of decades. And I appreciate the fact that Mr. Hayden, Dr. Hayden, that you're bringing us the. I mean, I'm certainly not directing this at you. I appreciate the fact that you're bringing us this report and in such a thorough way. But it is very frustrating because we have seen the same trends in the data for year after year after year after year, and we see, as Mrs. Harder mentioned, we deal with the focus goals, and then a few months later, we get the single site plans. And then at the end of the year, we get a report like this. And they're all sort of in isolation. And we often don't have a time where we're really looking at them together. So I agree that we need to be having this conversation, you know, if not every meeting, probably at least, you know, every other meeting or every third meeting. But also I had a question. I mean, there's a part of the statistics that I would kind of like to see, and I don't know how easy or difficult it would be to generate. But I would be interested to look at the achievement of high school Latino students who have been in our district since elementary school, to see if that subgroup performs roughly the same as the overall population. And I don't know if that's the majority of our Latino students or the overwhelming minority of our Latino students, but it'd be interesting to look at because I really think that there are issues systemically within our district that are not necessarily going to be fixed by just bringing in AVID or providing coaches. If we see that students who have been in our district since they started school, essentially, are basically doing just as poorly as the students who come in later, I think that tells us a little bit about how we have to look at our district. Now, I don't know if that's an impossible request or.
Well, actually, if we were to look at the ELSA report, and I think you guys have looked at that, but I don't know if it's been reported to the board yet. I have that exact data for English language learners, for EL students. I don't have it for Latinos because it was a big job just to get it done for the English learner students. And you would not be happy if you saw it because the length of time in the district actually makes students look, well, I hate to say it this way, worse instead of better. And it's very disheartening to look at because I track the students over a 11-year period. And so it's not a very pleasant report to look at for the English learners and what happens to them in our district.
Will you make sure we all get a copy of that?
I believe
we'll be bringing it to you right away.
Yeah, and I believe
and that the public gets a copy of that?
Oh, yes, I believe that. Well, the public already, I think it's a public document, the ELSA document, but I believe it may be in your board brief or it will be presented to the board also.
We can put it in the board brief. It's a little complicated to look at. It's quite lengthy. Davis has a report that
A shorter report.
similar to what he just did, using that data that we just shared at the Elementary Principals Council last week. And it was part of the requirement for being a program improvement district. It was one of the tools that the state required for us to use in preparing our revision of the LEAP that you're going to see soon. But we can maybe do a brief description and highlight the pages to look at and what some of the data means, because it is confusing when you look at it if you don't know how to read it. But certainly we can provide that.
Well, let me just add that with respect to the length of time in the district, that has not changed. When I brought you a report on English learners, we found that the students who were not proficient in English were students who started kindergarten in our district and who were born here in Santa Barbara, and predominantly so. So they were our own students, and we certainly couldn't blame it on new students coming in. I'll also say that there's an element that is startlingly missing, and that is the element of continuous monitoring and achievement monitoring. And in districts that are performing at higher levels, they have common assessments in place. We don't have that at the high school. I mean, we do in some cases. We have some departments that have moved ahead, but we're moving very, very slowly, and we should have had common assessments in place years ago.
We've been talking about it for a decade.
We
So
brought in EduSoft.
So how do we hurry up?
Well,
Well,
we will be bringing you a plan on that one, but we will develop it with the schools.
But, I mean, obviously, I wasn't using your term of art, continuous monitoring, but I think that that was what I was suggesting. If, at the board
Yes.
level, we keep it in front of ourselves and our public on a regular basis, then I think that other activity will flow
Well,
from that.
This is just a postmortem compared to looking at students every six weeks in program with all teachers giving the same assessment and seeing how they're performing and that they're moving ahead.
I also think that it comes back to the board, that we really have to be willing to make some fairly significant systemic kind of changes rather than what are generally easier to do.
Yes.
The sort of, a new program here, these, I don't want to say, well, maybe I do want to say piecemeal. I think we've done all of those things with very good intentions, but I think we have enough data at this point to show us that they aren't producing success.
Well, continuous monitoring, for example, is a massive effort.
Right,
And
right.
it takes a lot of staff time to develop the test questions or search through and find the test questions, to develop confidence and
as a
ground
board, we
level
need to be
support for
willing
them.
to support the kind of resources that it will take for staff
Yes.
to be able to do that.
Yes. But that is exactly what the Adlai Stevenson high schools of this world are doing.
I want to echo Mrs. Cordero's comments about systemic problems. I guess I'm starting to sound like a record that's stuck, but I think that we tend to take a reductionist point of view, that we don't look at the whole problem, that it leads to, well, let's put this program in place, or let's put this program in place, and I would include continuous monitoring. To me, that's one piece. But what's missing is something broad and systemic. What's missing is a vision for something transformational. I don't think more Scotch tape and Band-Aid are going to do it. I mean, that's what the data is yelling at us about. And I think, my own opinion is that we should be there should be more conversation, but there should be an infusion of really new perspectives and new ideas. We've heard each other a lot, but there are schools out there that are doing the job. I disagree with Mrs. Parker in terms of what it is about Segerstrom High School that does the job. I don't think it's Avid. According to the principal, it's the school culture. Now, that's a much more systemic notion, more of a Gestalt notion. I've been looking at schools that are doing the job around the state, And some of the ones that are most interesting tend to be two things. One, very small, and two, very cohesive, coherent, different cultures. And they'll, with very disadvantageous demographics in terms of the standard correlates of academic achievement, with very disadvantageous demographics, are scoring very high. There's one, this one blows me away, okay? Santa Barbara High School's API for disadvantaged students, this, in the last issue, the base number was 602, right? There's a school called Hoopa Valley High School. It is so disadvantaged, it's almost off the scale of disadvantaged. And it outscored Santa Barbara High by 23 points for disadvantaged kids. I don't know what they're doing in Hoopa Valley. I did learn it's on an Indian reservation, and they're very, very poor. Pardon me? Yeah, it's up by Arcata. Yeah, I had the map question. I don't know, what on earth is this? But that's true. That's an outlier that may be totally unique. But there are many others in LA. Many of these are part of this whole new CMO movement, where that's Charter School Management Organization movement. Okay, where there's a firm, or not, it's a nonprofit called the New Schools Venture Fund. That actually it's a capitalist social venture capital that they then make available to organizations which now have been authorized by the State Board of Education to create charter schools. It's High Tech High School in San Diego being one, for example. High Tech High has created 2 schools in Los Angeles, both of which are doing very, very well with highly disadvantaged populations. So I'm not saying that they have an answer for us, but I'm saying that I see stuff as I look around in my research that makes me wonder whether we're raising our horizons high enough, whether we're really looking at things that would be very, very different than the way we're doing it.
Well, and that's why I speak to Adlai Stevenson High School,
I
the
don't know that
most
school.
celebrated high school in America.
Where is that school?
And continuous progress assessment is an important element of that culture.
Sounds like New Trier.
It's in Evanston.
Evans? Yes.
Well, next week we talk about board goals, so let's wait for then. Thank you, Dr. Hayden. We have one more item on our board agenda, which we're going to get in before 10:30 here. It's a very short one, I believe.
This is a discussion of maintenance and operations property. The board had asked that this be placed on the agenda, and Dave may have some things to say about it, but I do need to tell you about a discussion that we just had with the city and about a city council agenda that was discussed by the city just today. The city discussed releasing 2.4 acres of redevelopment property behind the Fest Parker, and this is in an area off Calle Cesar Chavez that we've talked about before. In fact, in our discussion with the city about it before, they hadn't been making 2.4 acres available, but depending on the outcome of the city council meeting, we'll find out tomorrow, they may have agreed upon a schedule to release that for redevelopment. And I have long maintained that that this property, in the event that our elementary district enrollment does increase, and these are trends that often take place over 20 years. I mean, we have our enrollment highs and lows over a 20-year period, but this is the next best elementary school in the district. And being able to move M&O to some other location like redevelopment property would be a great advantage to us. And one of the ideas that we've talked about is working with the redevelopment agency to build a new M&O facility and to allow us construction of school facilities here. Well, right now there is an interest, I know there are a lot of different pieces here that are being woven together, but right now there is an interest in youth violence. There is an interest in the facilities available for El Puente school students. and how inappropriate those facilities are for those students. We could, using state community school funding, build school facilities on this property that could serve El Puente on a lease basis. We could, in the future, be using that as part of an elementary school on this property if we wanted to build out the whole property. I mean, there are any number of possibilities here, but we will follow up with the city on the disposition of their proposal for RDA development, and I think that would be a tremendous opportunity for us. Go ahead.
Can we swap the fire station property for it?
Possibly so. However, and you may want to talk about the fire station property. However, we do have some other property where we have portables at Franklin Elementary sitting on city land, just like they have
I was reminded of those things.
just like they have a fire station sitting on our property on a lease basis at La Cumbre School.
I think there's a number of issues with regard to us having portables on abandoned streets. We have easements that cross each other's properties and such, and we're going to try and negotiate some kind of reciprocal agreement to clean all that up. But in our discussions with the city, they've made it clear that they ultimately want to acquire the fire station property, and we've kind of asked them to hold that in a parking lot separate and apart from these discussions, because we know it's not only do they want that property, but probably a little bit of additional property around the fire station, and we just basically thought it was best if we held that in abeyance until we basically concluded the negotiations regarding the easements and abandoned streets, et cetera, et cetera. And that's totally separate and apart from this other discussion we're having with them with respect to the potential for them to build us an M&O facility through the RDA.
These are quite
There
separate.
are a lot of balls in the
There's
air.
no connectedness between.
Yeah, we're
no
trying,
linkages, as
no
Henry Kissinger
linkage
would
at
say.
this point.
Well, the board may want to give direction or have discussion about other uses for this property or other developments. The recency of this is rather startling. And if we're able to, well, I will get you a copy of this agenda item, and I'll let you know what the disposition was from today's city council meeting. This poses tremendous opportunities for us. Dave, you may want to comment on it.
No, I just wanted to make one comment because I didn't make it perfectly clear in my cover memo. If you look at the last page of the attachment for the agenda, you'll see that the high school district and the elementary district both own property here. The high school district owns what we consider to be the Ortega campus and the district office. The elementary district owns the parcel that actually houses maintenance, operations, warehouse, and planning. And I did not mention that in my cover memo.
Oh, my goodness.
Go
Thank you.
figure, right?
Yeah, right. Where'd that come from? Thank you. Now we can go back to the consent agenda. And Dr. Doyle, I believe
Yeah,
you.
I did.
took-
I'm just trying to find it.
It was, yeah, F5, the math textbooks.
Well, the issue for me on the math textbooks is simply that I can't, I just don't think the evidence is there to support constructivist math for disadvantaged students and, or constructivist anything for disadvantaged students. That they, to me, as I read the evidence from a variety of sources, it doesn't work. So I can't vote for a CPM textbook.
What about within our own district? Because at La Cumbre Junior High, they use CPM and has the highest junior high math
I
scores.
understand that, and La Cumbre Junior High has been blessed with the two people, among the few people in the world who could do it with CPM and disadvantaged students, Janet Hollister and Jerry Shue. I think it's very, very contingent upon having exceptional teachers.
Warranted.
And doesn't work when you, when you're in a situation where there's less stability like that and less genius, that a much more structured and scripted approach is more appropriate. That's my opinion.
I was just going to add that there will be the training with the new textbooks, and that starts in August. And our goal is that 100% of the teachers participate in this training. It's a 5-day training. It's very intense. It does a lot of groundwork and foundational work in math. And it's a totally reimbursable program through the state, so that it will not cost any, restricted or unrestricted dollars.
Do you want to say anything in defense of this adoption?
I will say that, and we've had this conversation, not here, but the 4 junior highs, and we're just talking about the junior highs, they went through a selection process during the year. They used a rubric, 1 through 4. 3 of the schools selected CPM with 4 out of 4 on the rubric in a variety of ways that they were looking at the textbook. They're united, all 4 schools, in the understanding that using common assessments, common curriculum and textbooks is the only way that we're going to raise test scores and work together and collaborate. So at this point, it's, that's the textbook that the junior highs have selected for their 8th grade algebra. Then in the high school district, it's a different series. So if a child doesn't do well in 8th grade or doesn't get to that point and takes algebra in high school, they have a different series that is much more maybe what Dr. Noel was talking about. It's not CPM. So there's an alternate way of teaching if a child doesn't get it or is not ready for it. Any other questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Who was the second?
We'll give it to Mrs. Cordero.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
So it passes 4-1. The other item was?
The other item was same issue, different context, that there are workshops, math workshops for being conducted by one of the leaders in constructivist math pedagogy. And I simply can't support it. I want to be able to vote my own conscience.
Move to approve?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
So it passes 4-1. Well, that brings us back to the end. Any more coming events? Any board comments or correspondence?
Yes, coming events, we have graduations Thursday night. See you all there, right?
All right. Board,
We have LaQuesta on Wednesday as well.
LaQuesta Wednesday, I'm sorry, and the Thursday high, yes, Thursday morning for the junior highs and the high schools. Santa Barbara High School, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock Dos Pueblos, 5 o'clock San Marcos.
And 6 o'clock we rest.
No, 7 o'clock. You're going to San Marcos.
Go till 7?
It'll take you a while to get out of that parking lot.
future board comments, correspondence, anything? Future agenda items?
And we do have a special board meeting next week, next Tuesday at 4 o'clock.
Here. Okay, adjourned.